tastes like soap. And then off in the corner, there's the weirdo, and that's people who think it tastes like soap but like it anyway. And I think that might be me, but I don't know.
I think that might be me, man.
I can't see the game yet. Do you want to start sharing?
Yeah. Let me share the screen. Do you see this starting soon right now, or yeah?
Yep, I can see it.
And then if I switch to this, you should be able to see just about everything, yeah?
Yep, I can see it all.
Cool. I'm just gonna take like a dab real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time. I can zone out.
Yeah, we left off in the middle of the town. We basically just got done with a bunch of those big main story cutscenes. What is our goal next? Like, what do we do?
Well, it set the scene for us because it was saying like we met with the stars, and they talked to us, and then we saw where Princess Peach is, and she sent us the little helper star, who gave us the power to use the extra jumps or whatever in combat. And now Mario has been tasked with finding all 7 stars. So I suppose we need to head to wherever the first star is.
I totally forgot to send my Discord thing yesterday. Oh well.
Discord thing?
I know.
Oh, the notification through your server. Yeah. Yeah, I found yours because I was like staring at Twitch, like wanting to watch a stream. Or maybe I was watching a stream, I forget. But then your like notification popped up, and I was like, "It's time." So that's how I got.
I think that's part of the reason
seconds.
why Fubar wasn't there. He was really bummed. He messaged me like a couple minutes after it ended, like, "I missed it. I'm so sad." Fubar is so wholesome. Like, I've honestly taken him for granted a little bit. He's literally been there since like the very beginning, and he's such like a dedicated listener and friend. Like, he's so nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even though he's a piece of shit.
Even though he's a degenerate.
Degenerate motherfucker who keeps posting nudes in my chat. It's unacceptable, but you know what? He can stay. Alright. I'm gonna do an ad here too. Alright. The Mario in this game looks so much less jaded than Mario. Like,
You think so? Like I can't even tell the difference. They look the same. Do you want to get like a side by side up real
I
fast?
think like right here, this one, like that one just looks more innocent. It looks like...
You're so quiet now. You're so far from the mic.
Oh my god, I forgot. My mic.
I didn't want to be overly complaining or anything. Like, oh, I'm sure he's getting to it, but I thought I'd mention.
No, I forgot. Completely. There, now you can actually fucking hear me. Right.
Okay.
This is pitiful. We've gotten basically barely farther than the other save with almost
We're 17 hours
times.
Chapter 2.
Chapter
No
2.
stars.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. Well, where am I going?
Okay. So, remember there were the guys blocking the way out of town, and we got told that they are no longer blocking us?
Well, those guys are definitely still blocking it. Maybe the way back down here is open now?
Try going to that dojo. Do you remember when they were like the guys gone from the dojo, but then someone said that like... Because they were like, he's gone or whatever, and I thought someone else came and told us he was back.
Isn't the dojo this... Oh, no. I need my phone.
Okay, so he's saying, Kinopi, o Kinopio ha, Kinopio hausu, Kinopio hausu no.
Oh, that's like he's talking about like the mushroom house.
Yeah. And then I swear I know that kanji, but it's escaping me right now.
Like, one does look really familiar. When I should get this fucking laptop open. I haven't actually.
Let me pull open my my
It's
tools here.
stationary yet.
Okay, so let me look that one up. I swear I know it.
Excuse me. Pardon-moi. Pardon-moi.
Found it. Getting faster with that. It's last, immediately preceding X former. It's pronounced Zen.
Zenny.
Zenni. So like, it's also like before or pre, just last. You know, just that kind of thing. And then that second kanji. Hold your horses. Hold your auto-translate horses.
I get it now. I just can work from there. I'm not gonna say it.
I'm sure you do get it.
Irun desu ka? Mita. So he's saying that he sees mita koto ga nai. Koto ga nai. That's a negative affirmative.
Yeah, like the nai is inverting the word.
Oh, he's saying that like those. I see. Like he does not see the people, and then he's calling them like the black toad people, isn't he?
Where do you see the word black?
I think it's like Kinopo. How I don't know.
So iron means a different opinion. Iron desu ka?
Let me. Oh, that's
Okay,
the first
so-
kanji there. Shiroi, or not Shiroi. What was it? Kuroi?
Zen?
No, the one after that. Zeni Kuroi. That's black.
Oh, I didn't grab that one. I've still been looking for it.
I think that one is black. That's the one I'm referring to.
So he says renshu nandesu, which means a company or a bunch or a gang. So he's definitely talking about those
Kuroi.
like the evil
Yeah.
the dudes, the
And-
guys blocking your path.
And what he's
toads, that's
saying-
what they're called.
He doesn't see them in front of the Toad House anymore, which is the martial arts gym that we need to go to. That's what he's saying.
Okay, he's probably who we got the tip from last time then.
Either that, or he's just repeating the tip in case he forgot.
Ijiwa.
じわな顔をしててなんだかこれんですよ。一体何者なんでしょう It's a question. Nani mono nandesho. That sounds like something familiar.
Nanimono means either who, what kind of person, or what kind of thing.
I wonder what kind of thing has happened.
What you getting?
The auto-translate can't be right. This is really funny. The auto-translate thinks that it says, "You have a face that looks snobbish. It's kind of scary. What the hell is this?"
He's probably talking about the other toads. Like the
Yeah, he's
one he
like,
was
oh
making
man, I wonder
before.
what's going on with those guys.
They
Like,
got like mean
yeah,
looking faces or something. He's being
yeah, they got
racist.
mean
Like
looking
that's.
faces. I bet he's saying those. He's saying those black toads don't look very cool.
Oh
I don't like
no!
this guy.
Oh, you can't say that.
No, you can't say that, dude. Maybe you're not from here, but you can't say that. Oh God.
That's so
Uh,
racist.
that's so racist. That's a way not cool.
Let's talk to them and see if they'll let us go through.
Okay. Hi.
Konsen wa Kikun. That's is that Kiken?
Kiken. E
Yes, it's Kiken.
Kiken, and it's like Icha.
Oh no, Sen wa Kiken Icha
Dame.
Gumeda.
Dame da
You know,
ze.
your dame
Dame da ze.
dame da.
Ze.
So he's saying. So I looked up the Kiken, and that means
Yeah.
peril or hazard. So he's like saying this road is dangerous up ahead. And like going this way is dangerous. So it's no use. Like dameda.
Dame da yo. Yeah, it's dangerous to go this way. Don't go, essentially. Mario,
Oh, sorry, it's your turn. My bad.
Okay.
My bad. Still in the
my
spotlight.
bad, my bad. Mario, well, what, fuck, how do you pronounce that? No? Or
Yeah, I
is it
remember
so?
that one because it doesn't have like a little tally mark, like so or you know the
So it's no?
So it's no because there's no tally mark.
Oh, I see. Nokoburosu. Nokoburosu no tori de nanka. Icha dame das. Or dame des.
I think the key's gonna be figuring out what the nokoburosu. Nokoburosu. No, Tori. And Tori,
Are they calling themselves the Noko Bros?
maybe, but the Tori. Oh, Tori
Noko
is a kind of-
Bros.
is like a path, right? Like a Tori is a street. I think I learned that recently. Tori is like
Noko
street.
Bros, no Tori. This is the Noko Bros street, motherfucker. You can't come down here.
I think that's what he's saying.
I think that's exactly what he's saying. Let me just do the auto translate. Mario is like Fortress of Noko Blossom. Don't go. Yeah, I think that our translation was probably a bit better.
Nokoborosu. Maybe it is like Noko Blossom? But it could be
Noko
Bros.
Bros.
Nokoburos?
Noko Bros.
Hold on,
I
let
think
me
it's
look up what
Bros.
these guys are called real fast.
Like in the English version?
Yeah, yeah.
You think if they had their skin color change or like the name change for the American version? They do that a lot with the Japanese and American versions of games. I'll look them up too.
Because I'm genuinely curious about these games.
Oh, they call them the Dark Toads, is that right? Oh. Black Toad skip. I guess they are just known as the Black Toad.
Well, I see a guide on how to get past them, but no one talking about what they are.
Yeah.
Are they called strange toads?
I don't know. Is it okay if I move on? You're looking
Give me
that up.
just one more second.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, let's move on. I can't find it.
I see. We just have to spin into the wandering toad and use the hammer while the toad is standing near the post office. Of course. Mario
I've
then
read
must
a
correctly
completely different
position
guide.
himself and fall toward the post office, which will then get him out of bounds. Excellent.
Are you sure you're not reading a speedrunner guide?
I'll tell him.
Anytime a guide says out of bounds, I'm like, I think I'm on the wrong one.
I think I found the wrong. I don't think this is the right one.
It's like you're like, oh, let me just do that real fast. Why I'm at the final boss? Yo,
Oh.
Cass, welcome.
Yo, Cass, what's up?
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
I hit the button.
Yeah.
Yabai.
Dame da yo.
Yaba dama da yo. He's basically saying like, oh, what a shame.
I want to see what yaba means.
Yaba. Yaba. Yaba.
So it means to do, to undertake, or to perform. So yabe dame da yo, it's like it's no use to do it.
It's no
so
use.
They're all heckling us. They're all being the yes men for their boss up front.
It's no use. Donna ni komatete mo daru teu oji san ni. I know that means old man. Hasuke wo motome ni itsu cha dame nano.
So, I think this might be our clue for how to move forward. Because based on what the guide I said about how to move forward, they're talking about an old man here, which is who to talk to get rid of them. Donna ni. Donna is like where, right? Let me look that up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Donna, where?
Oh, donna is what kind of. But donna ni can also be how or how much.
No, so I understand, I think, the use of this in the sentence, if you don't mind me saying the translated version.
Give me just one more second.
No worries.
It's komaite temo.
Koaete temo.
And it's deyaru teu oji-san ni.
That part there is definitely a name, the katakana.
Tasuke is assistance,
Daru.
aid, or help. So tasuke o moto me ni. What is motome?
Motome?
Motome is a request or an appeal. So they're saying you better go ask that old man for help.
No, they're saying the opposite. They're saying whatever you do, don't go ask that old man for help.
I love that Mario, like, with my translation there, is like, you know, starting to try and pick up on what everyone around him is saying. And they're just like, don't go ask that old man for help. He's like, go ask the old man for help. Okay.
Okay, I can do that.
I can do that.
Yes.
Very helpful.
Thank you. Yeah.
Datte, sonna koto saretara ore tachi ga tottemo komachaomon dakara zetai ni dame.
Dame.
Dame. They're once again saying it's no use, whatever it is they're saying. But it might be
It's
more.
no use. Here, I'll do a quick translation to see if it's something that we should bother to really wrap our head around.
Yeah. Because right now all we know is we gotta go ask the old man for help.
Yeah, no, it's literally just reiterating the last sentence. They're saying, because if you do that, we'll be really embarrassed, so it's absolutely no good. Don't do it.
It's imperative that you do not go ask the old man for help.
Dame,
Our life will fall apart if we not go talk to the old man.
Yeah, they're out here just like singing.
He knows our bank
Yakuza
account pins.
song.
Please do not talk to the old man.
Please, whatever you do, don't talk to the old man. He knows everything about us. He knows our entire bank account history.
Well, do we want to look in that wizard tower there? Seems like where an old man would be.
Oh. Daru.
Yeah, Diaru. That was the guy's name, right?
Yeah, that's the that's the guy's name we're looking for. Wa Lusu de da Dearu. Dearu.
Rusu Diaru.
That's not right. Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, Rusu Den is an answering machine.
I think he's saying like, I'm here. Daryl is here.
Rusu Dato. Yeah, Rusu Dato. Ite aru no ni urusai yatsu
Oh.
de aru.
I think he probably said Daryl is not here. And so now he's like, because I knocked again, and now he's like, "You fucking asshole!" Like, I think that's the tone
Clearly
here.
he's trying
with
to
the two
pretend not to be
exclamation
home.
points.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly it. Yeah. Rusu dato ite oru no ni urusai yashite aru.
So Surato is to leave the nest or go out into the world. Ru is a verb forming suffix. So Rusurato is probably a way of saying like I'm out right now. Like I've gone out.
Yeah. The auto translation says, even though you say you're a Rusu, which I don't know that I understood what Rusu was, you're a noisy guy.
Oh, he's probably saying, even though I said I'm out, you're still knocking. You're still being noisy.
Yeah, even though I said I'm out, you're still being noisy. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's like the same. That's the same guy who helps you out in the Paper Mario game, like the next one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the same wizard. That's cool.
Is that
I think his name was Merlin
His
too.
name?
I think his name was Merlin too. I think this guy is Merlin, but he's being called Daryl.
Daryl the wizard.
Now, that was my name before I went to Wizard College. To make you get a new name and everything. Dare daru ka? Washi no... What's that?
Yeah, it means home.
Oh,
Like our house.
ie no hajime?
That's the one we saw earlier. It was Zen.
Oh, ie no zen de ne de oru wa ashi wa
Yatsua.
yatsua.
It's looking down, so it's Tsu.
Oh, it's the suit. Okay, my bad.
So washi, as we learned, is kind of the old man way of referring to yourself.
Oh.
And the house of like pre, like before. I mean, look at what that
It's
means.
saying like the thing before my house. The thing lying before my house.
Oh yeah, it's like what's this thing lying before my house?
Huh? What's this? What's this thing lying in front of my house?
I didn't order a new doormat.
Yeah, the auto translation says, "Who is it? Who is sleeping in front of my house?"
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense. Hmm?
Doko
Yeah, this
kare mita yo na kao de aru?
Oh, what does that mean? I think
Um,
the first part is just like, huh?
the dokare is like, I think
Doka.
a form of who?
Or
Like who?
do-
or what
doko.
kind of? Doko
Dokokare.
mita yo na.
Dokokade.
I'm not sure what it means in that form, but that's definitely referring to like seeing in some way.
Yeah, it's like, who do I see there?
Let me look up that last bit real fast. He's been saying it a lot like that though. He like between the ah and the ru, he often puts that like extension. So it's definitely like a way he's talking a bit, like fancier or elaborate. So,
what he's saying,
Kao
like,
is a face.
yeah,
Tabo
face.
de aru.
There is a face. I think what he's like trying to recognize you from your face because you're like kind of famous.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he's like, whose face am I looking at?
Huh? Who's this? Face. Ah! Moshia! Ya... Machigaitai. Mario. Or is that... No. I got excited. Osu... Shi wa Mario de aru. See, he did recognize us. He did recognize us in the end. He did recognize us as Mario.
Yeah, so he's recognizing who we are now. He's like, oh, you're
Osu.
Mario.
Osushi. What's that? Or no, Osuji. Osu. What is that? Osutsu? Osutsu?
Which one are you looking at?
The first thing down here. I'm just gonna pronounce that. Onushi. Oh.
Let me look that up.
Onushi.
I can't find anything.
I think it's a name. Maybe it's like this guy is Mario.
Onushi. I don't know what that means.
Might be like a specific way to
anything.
refer to somebody. I don't know. There's a lot of those in Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't find anything on washi for a bit.
Oh. Maybe... maybe he says maybe... No, it's no doubt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he says, oh, maybe... Yes! Oh, it's no doubt.
Yeah. Machigai nai means certain, no doubt.
And then they say, Onushi is Mario.
But what is
Because
Onushi?
wa... It doesn't even say. I just try to look up Onushi and it doesn't say. So let me try to actually just copy Onushi and then search.
I'm just straight up Googling it to see if it has any.
I'm Googling it too, yeah.
Oh, hold on. There's a Wikipedia page for it. No, that's something different. Oh, it's a dated form of saying you to someone of equal or inferior status.
Okay, I totally thought that it was going to be one of those weird Japanese things where it's like an outdated thing that people don't use anymore.
Yeah,
so
it's an like an old man.
It's essentially like anata wa, like hey that guy in front of me,
Yeah,
but instead it's like an old version.
And because he's like an old guy referring to like, oh, that young dude Mario, he can use that kind of language at him.
Yeah, Onushi wa Mario de aru. Is that wa? I don't know. If you want to go.
Yeah, that's washi. Washi wa onashi ga. That was I've already forgotten it. What is it again? Is that a na?
Onashi? It's onu. Onushi.
So washi wa onushi ga kuru no matte ta no dearu. So he's referring to something about him, like him and us. Kuru no. Let me look that up. Kuru no. I'm not getting anything for kuru no.
Kuru no. I think that's a particle probably.
Kuru no means coming.
Coming. I'm coming.
Not that kind of coming. Mate ta no de. Let me look that up.
No, David. Bad David. Not that kind. I don't know if this is correct or not.
Okay, so mate ta no de is I was waiting, like a form of waiting.
Yeah.
So I think he was saying I was waiting for you to come. Like I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, the auto-translate says I was waiting for the male to come, and it spells male as in, like, the gender. Like, I was waiting for the man to show up. Big old man with them big old overalls. Also ka de wa nai ka. Sasa tonikaku. Is that Sukue? What was that one
It's
again? Oh yeah, ie
Yeah.
no naka ni.
Is that not? I thought it was. Oh, Soto's outside. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Wait, right? Nakani? Nakani
Let me double check.
hitoru. Nakani hitoru no
It's not
de
correct.
aru. Yeah,
That's
I
not.
got it.
That's not Hito. That's not person.
Yeah, it is. Fuck you.
It's
It
not
is.
though. What is that?
What is it? It was late, wasn't it? No. No. Come in. Hashiru? Hairu. That's like, hey, come on in.
Hairu. Yeah, that's to enter. So that's not the kanji for person. And I'll fight you on it this time.
I think he's saying, anyway, I'm going inside the house.
So he also says, yeah, no, what is it you said? Naka. Ie no naka ni hairu no de aru. So it's like saying, come inside my house, is what he's saying there.
Either that, or he's just saying, I'm going back in. You could follow if you want.
I suppose it's a little bit ambiguous if he's saying that like we should go in together, or if he's saying he's going in alone. But he's saying like go inside the house. Let's look at the
Okay.
rest of this.
That first part I don't fully understand. The auto-translate doesn't make sense, and I didn't get it just from reading it. The first thing that the auto-translate says that it is wasn't it late? Doesn't make any sense to me.
So osoi is slow or sluggish or late in the day, and then de wa de hanai ka. And he's like saying, isn't it late in the day? Like, oh, isn't it getting late?
Is he just ragging us for taking so long to get here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fair enough, guy. Well, let's go in then. All right, yeah, we're going right in. We're no hesitation, following him right in. Tittle.
I thought was it my turn or your turn?
I'll do it this time.
Okay.
Then you do it next time. Tittle. Washi no namae wa Deibu. What's that? Oh god. Deiru. Is that the name that I put in?
Deiru. Deiru.
Dearu. Is that the I feel like that's the name that I put in my thing, but it doesn't have the boo on there. Deibu. Get me wrong. I don't understand all the kanji down here.
Deyaru. Wait.
Okay, so soteto means
anyway. So I know I'm kind of ragging on this. I'm just trying to figure out how to pronounce his name. It's Dearu, or like deer.
Diaru.
Dearu.
Deer.
It's
Diaru.
Dearu.
Deer.
Dearu.
That's how
So
Google
his name
says
is
it.
Dearu.
Diaru.
That's why he, at the end of all sentences, he goes, Aru.
Oh.
Do you see how he ends a
Aru.
lot of like, stuff he's saying with Aru?
Aru.
Aru. So he ends things in Aru.
In the bottom part, I figured out the translation, but I don't understand the individual parts. Basically, he's saying... Actually, listen to it and then see if you can get it.
I don't know, but I would assume, based on pleasantries, that this is some form of nice to meet you.
No, I think that he's saying he's a wizard. Maho.
I mean, nothing could be more obvious. I mean, like, he doesn't have to say it. Look at everything about him. Look at his his hood. Look at his cloak. Look at his shoes.
He is introducing himself. Yeah.
Look at his gem. Look at his
house. This is a fucking wizard. This is a wizard ass wizard.
It's got nothing but a table and a crystal ball with a star in it. It's got a spotlight directly on the crystal star. The spotlight is green. The inside of his house is a tent. The floor is geometric shapes. That man is a wizard. He does not have to say it. Everything about him exudes and screams wizard.
I thought he was a dentist. I don't know. I just got that impression.
What dentist are you going to?
You know, some guy. Anyway.
Got the real premium dental plan there.
Yeah, I'm on the some guy plan.
Okay. I think the first one means maybe yesterday, but I'm not sure.
Yes, yesterday would make sense. That seems to be what I recall of that kanji. Following it.
Let me see what I can
look at
find.
the translation. The other day. I think that's like senni.
Yes. The other day or a few days ago. It's senjitsu.
Senjitsu.
So yeah, it means the other day. Oh, it is my turn, isn't it? So I better get cracking on this.
Yeah, that's all you, bud.
That other one, that first kanji there, I swear I've seen it. What does it mean?
The other kanji?
This is the third kanji, the third symbol in the whole.
Star, Hoshi.
Oh, Hoshuranai yo shite tara onushi ni kakawaru juyou na otsuge ka atano de aru. So he's saying the other day, something about the stars, something about us, and then I kind of lost it.
The other day...
I have to guess based on context. The other day he was looking up the stars and he found something about us, but probably a little more elaborate than that. What's it?
The auto-translate says, the other day when I was doing stargazing, there were 10 eyelashes related to the males.
I think it thinks onushi means male. I think that's what it's trying to say it is.
What if I got rid of the aru? I have all kinds of eyelashes to get involved in.
Wait a minute. The de aru is his whole name. So it's not just the aru he ends things in. He finishes every sentence with his own name.
Dear. My name is Deer, and he ends every sentence with Deer.
Hmm?
Interesting. Deer. 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 The other day when I was doing some stargazing, there were 10 eyelashes. What the fuck is eyelashes? Where are you getting eyelashes from? Oh, it actually thinks that Osuji is male.
So
Or
kakawaru means to be
Osushi.
affected or to be influenced or
Osu-
concerned with.
Osus. You are concerned with the matter of my men with their beautiful eyelashes.
Where's it getting eyelashes?
I don't know where it's getting eyelashes from. I'm trying to figure that out.
Otsuge is an oracle or a revelation, so that's where he's talking about that. Otsuge ga.
Maybe he's saying like there were I had 10 revelations about, or like I had revelations about you. Maybe he's saying wish in a really fucked up way that makes us think he's saying eyelash. I don't know. I want to keep going. I don't think this
Let me
is
just look up.
important yet.
Let me look up Shite Tara.
Okay.
I can't get anything meaningful on that. Let's move along. So yeah, he talked to the stars about us.
Yep. Ja. Was it Jaga?
Jaga.
Jaga. Sono. Is it, what's that? Hajime?
Sono Zen. Sono Zen.
Oh, that's Zen again. Sono Zen ni. Osuji. Osutsu. Osutsu ni. Is that she? That's not she, is it? Osushi?
No, that's the same thing we were saying before about like you, Onushi.
Onushi. I don't know why I always think that's Sue. Onushi ni ite oku koto ga aru.
So it's so if it's not Zenni in that configuration. It's Maini. And it means ahead,
Maini?
before, or go.
Oh, so it's before
And Sono
like
is like
before.
that.
Oh.
So that before.
There's something important to say to you or something. He's saying like I gotta say something first.
Maybe? I don't quite know what that last bit is though. Let me look that up.
Ite oku kotoga?
Yeah, that bit.
Things to say.
So koto is a thing or a matter or an occurrence.
Yeah, it's like saying before that I have something to say, is what he's saying.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Hana, this is actually you.
Hanase ga. Oh, that's the
ba.
kanji for long, but I don't remember how to say it. One second.
Oh. Long time ago.
Is that long? That is long. So that's nakaku naru no dearu ga kaitsumon de kikaseru no dearu. Doko kara hanase bayoi dearu ga kana.
Oh no.
What?
The auto translate is correct, I think, but it makes me scared.
Well, he's saying, talking about talking and a lot. I think he's saying he has a lot to say to us in some form.
I think that's exactly what he's saying. I think
Sir.
he's saying, yeah, like, if I talk, it'll be for a long time, but I'll try to keep it short. Where should I start?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh god.
We are
Here we
third
go.
level of cutscene hell.
We haven't even left the first level. We're still in the first level of cutscene hell.
First level of cutscene hell was the stars. The second level of cutscene hell was the princess scene. We've entered the third level of cutscene hell.
No, that was the prologue to cutscene hell. You haven't even gotten there yet.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Mario just keeps looking them in the eye and saying, "Say that again slower, please."
Say it again, but one more time, but just in my ear and whisper it in like a nice slow voice. Soothe me. 今となっては昔のことになるのであるが、星の降る丘におた。わしの先祖はいつものように。
Itsumo means a lot. I know that.
I know the
I mean,
part at the
Ima,
beginning
of
is
course,
referring
means
to right
now.
now. Yeah.
And then he's talking about the stars in the middle there.
Yeah,
And then he
stars
refers to
have to do with
himself. He says, Washi no Senzo. What is a Senzo? Senzo is an ancestor, so his ancestor is involved here somehow.
Could it also just refer to the past?
Itsumo no yoni means as usual, or like always.
Yeah, the auto translation does include that.
So, ima to na te wa mukoshi no koto ni naru no de aru ga hoshi no furu oka ni ota washi no senzo wa itsumo no you ni.
Itsumo yo ni. That's like it'll always. Isn't it like it'll be always the same?
So, ima to nate wa means
As usual.
at this juncture, at this time.
Itsumo.
Ima to nate wa. So at this time, mukashi no koto ni. Mukashi means olden days or former, and no is
He's
possessive,
referring to
of
the
course.
past. Yeah.
Koto means things, so like things of the past. So at this juncture, things of the past is ni, so that's kind of what we're in right now talking about. Naru no de aru ga.
So he's saying it's a thing of the past now. Or now it is a thing of the past, but
Naru is to become, or to grow, or to turn, or to reach. Aru
I think
is
he's
to
saying
be
something
or
very,
exist.
very like esoteric right now.
He's saying I think that third part means something has gained life. And then he's talking about the stars.
But he's saying that it hasn't
ancestors,
changed
at
it.
this
It's
time.
like as usual.
Oh yeah, as usual.
So the auto
What's the
translate
auto-translate?
says, "It's a thing of the past now, but my heart in the shadow of the stars is the same as always."
I think he's saying that, something is a thing of the past, but it still worries him, maybe?
It's coming back to haunt him. Welcome, Fubar. Thank
Hello,
you.
Fubar.
And got here? Let's examine the evidence. Is that like an army? Or is that one long brank? One big old long brank. God, I can't even tell, but just to be safe, better go on the safe side of things. How you doing, Fubar?
I think we're gonna have trouble with this wizard dude because he intentionally talks in a way that's esoteric. Because he's a wizard.
Yeah, we're gonna have a hard time with this guy. He's sort of like hard mode here. Let's just go forward.
Yeah, I think we understand what he's saying here.
Shikashi.
It's my turn.
Shikashi! It's up to you. All up to you.
No, it's your turn. You do it. I don't. Aruhino Kokude Aru ga Araware Washi wa ni shinagara tachi mukata no dearu.
Cats climbing to weird places. Shikashi is like butt.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's like however or but. Could also mean prostitute, but I doubt he's talking about that here.
You got a fancy butt around here?
Aruhi is one day or on a certain day. Then koto day.
So the first line, I think, reads something like, but then one day,
And koto means a thing or matter.
Oh yeah,
And
it's literally just saying,
weird
but then one
business.
day.
It's like, but then one day.
But then one day,
So,
Fushi appeared?
araware.
Fushi? Fushiwa?
Araware. Araware is an embodiment or a manifestation. Like
Arawai?
Araware.
Araware.
So,
Araware. That's fun to say.
I have no idea how he is talking about. Is he talking about embodiment or materialization of himself? Because he says washiwa, like my embodiment
Washiwa.
and my materialization.
Is he like saying that he astral projected himself and he saw that crazy shit that went down?
Well, he says washiwa, not washi no. So maybe he's not talking about his materialization.
And then
Shinagara.
I think he's saying something appeared to him and then he stood still.
Shinagara just means quality. I have no idea how that ties in here. Tachimukao means to fight against or to oppose. So he's saying like a quality opposition? He's still being so esoteric. He's using words well beyond me. He's not using words that are common at all.
No, I hate him. This guy sucks. Using
I
all
do
these
not like talking
outdated
to him.
terms. Yeah. Ugh, let's just keep going. But then the thing, and then my cat, and then... God, the way he's talking with all these fucking periods.
Do we just want to auto-translate our way through a few of these because it's not very helpful the way he's talking.
No. It's going to be far from there Megumi was. Oh, I think it might be that, like, it's cutting through his speech so we don't have to hear the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, so he's rambling, literally. Mario himself is like, can I just check out?
Like, he is actually just checking out. Yeah, the last part says, it was amazing. The middle part here says, because it was, ... And then the top part here says, like, far away, ... Megumi, ... Literally, he's just rambling.
Mario agrees with us. Let's move this along.
Yeah, let's
Don't even
just,
bother moving.
do, ga.
Uh-huh, yep, keep moving. Uh-huh, yep. Oh, yeah, I caught that. Yeah.
This fucking guy.
Yeah, Mario, we're on the same
Thank
page.
God we didn't have to read all of that. Oh my God.
Toyu.
That's probably like, and that's the end of it.
Waka no de aru.
And that's why.
I believe
it. that's the auto translate says.
Well, it's also Toyu means called or named. So maybe he's like, that's why it's called that.
And that's why it's called that. Mush.
Moo?
Wait, just moo? Moo?
Moo?
Mario. He's like, Mario.
Onushi, chanto washi no, is that hanaseo? Hanao? Something like that? I forget how to pronounce that kanji.
It's no hana wo.
Hana, but hana means flower. Let me try this real fast.
Is it? I mean, hanasemasu.
Hana, yeah, it's hana in this case, I think. Hana o, so yeah, washi no hana o kite o tadeoru. I'm pretty sure he's saying, were you not listening?
Hey, bro, were you not listening? Bro, were you even here? Mario, have you heard the story of Osushi-chan and I?
If you look at it, Mario is still sleeping.
He's still dead asleep. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Oh, he's always like, are you listening?
Yeah, it's like, are you listening? Yes, of course. Nara bayoi. What's that?
Nara bayoi is, so nara means in case, or in the case that that's true.
Oh, then that's good.
Good. Yoi is good. So, oh, well, good in that case.
Oh, great.
That's good.
Well, in that case, I need you to go deliver this thing to that person I just told you about.
So yeah, and that's why the world's gonna crumble around you in 15 minutes. Sonna wake de o aru kara shite, washi wa o onushi o iro to, iro means all kinds of things. Iro to tetsu date yare no de aru. Just auto-translate. I can't be bothered with this guy.
That's why I can help Onushi in various ways.
Onushi is us, so he's saying that's how he can help us in various ways.
Yeah, I can help you in various ways. I can help you in various ways.
Not speak like a person. He talks like a wizard.
Yeah. Hoken no ochao de yaru beki koto ga wakara naku my cat was climbing up on a place they normally never climb up on, and I think that they're chasing after a bug, in which case, class dismissed. They're allowed completely to hunt bugs. That is understandable.
Hunting bugs, huh?
Yeah, and I thought that they were like tearing up my stickers or something, but they're fending the house. They're keeping us safe.
So Boken means an adventure.
Hoboken. You want to go to Hoboken? During the adventure.
Yeah, Boken is an adventure. So that first thing he says is adventure. Tochite. I feel like he says that a lot. The chu. Is that like a speech thing, or is he talking about a subject matter a lot?
I think he's saying if you don't know what to do during the adventure, come and visit me. I'll be here. Which part are you looking at?
The tochute is confusing me.
Tochute?
Tochude. But yeah, basically I think he's supposed to be like, if we get stuck, we go talk to him.
On the way. That's what that means. So he's saying if you get stuck on the way, come talk to me.
Yeah. He's the hint. Like, I mean, a lot of these early games before the days of guides online and stuff.
Yeah, they would have like
had
an
a
actual
character.
hint character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they'd be like, if you're not sure what you're doing, come talk to me. I played games that had dedicated buttons for that. You press the button and your companions tell you what was going on.
Yeah. Oneshi no susumu beki. What's that even?
I don't know. And it's so stylized. Let me try and look that up real fast.
Wo supe shiaku bu. Is that te? What? No, it's buresu de dara na teyaru no dearu.
Give me a second. I'm determined to find this thing. I think I found it.
What do you think it is?
That seems to be Michi, a road, path, or street. So I think he's talking about the road we're trying to go down.
Oh, and Tao is a religion as well. It's like that essentially means like path.
That makes sense.
Like you walk the path. Yeah.
Yeah, that kanji there means Michi.
Okay. I'll give you a special price in the path that you should take.
So I think he's saying that if we get stuck, we come to him, and for a small fee, he'll tell us where to go.
Okay.
Functionally, that is.
That makes sense. Ima wa ikoku mo wayaku
Yaku. Doesn't that mean fast?
kichime. Yeah, hayaku. So he's saying you need to go save Princess Peach quickly. Tasuke nanake reba nara nai no dearu ka. Now I have to save Princess Peach as soon as possible.
Yeah, like he's saying we gotta go save Princess Peach.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what we thought.
Do we want to take a quick 10-minute break?
Yeah, we can
I
take
gotta
a quick
go get a
break.
drink and stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, you said you needed to take a break anyway, right?
Yeah, that's. I warned you beforehand. I probably need to take a bit of a break an hour in. So this is what that is.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, let's take a quick break, quick breather. We'll jump back in right where we left off. I'll go figure out what the heck my cat's up to.
I'll be back.
And I will run an ad in the meantime. I think this would be...
Hey, no ads for Guppy today. Hell fucking yeah.
Damn you, Jake from State Farm. Completely out of focus. Hello?
You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back. Also, hello, Guff.
My mic is very far away. Give me just one moment. You do have your backsides back. You have a couple of new emotes too. I don't know if you noticed. I added some new emotes. Rub it in, go. There we go.
All right.
We are back in it. Right where we left off.
So, let's rush through the rest of this guy's dialogue. For those who don't know, he talks like a weird old wizard, so it's kind of hard to understand him.
It's really fucking hard. Let's just figure out quick translate. What's he fucking saying here?
Well, he mentions the Nokuborozu, which were, I believe, the dudes blocking the path, right? So he's probably telling us how to get past them right now.
I think that's probably right. According to Fushi no Unai, it's good to aim for Broth's fortress first. Excuse me, Broth? Maybe like Bomb Fortress or something?
Maybe?
Apologize, I needed a little bit more water. Okay. Do we want to just leave it there? Are we good?
Yeah, I think we can do some quick auto translates if you want.
So we have to go to a fortress first. Nokoburo no tori de ni iku ni wa sorry. Kino pio hausu no. Is that Ie no? It's that one there. Oh god, I don't know that one either.
The first one you weren't sure about, I believe, is either Mai or Zen. Mai or Zen. I don't know which one it is here.
I think it's Zen. Or not Zen, Maya. It's in front of, so that would make sense. To get to the Noboros fortress. So they're saying if you want to get to the Noboro fortress, we have to go to the road in front of Toad House. Go east on the road in front of Toad House.
Sounds good to me. Are we free? Can we run? Can we run?
I can run! I'm a free boy!
We're free.
Holy shit. Okay, well. Alright, let's save and quit.
We can go a little bit farther, but then I'll let you get to your game of the night.
Yeah.
I'd like to see one battle. I'd like to do just one battle.
Just one battle, please. For father, for papa. So wait, I have to go east from the Toad House? So that would be
The Toad House is through the
this way, right?
strange toads.
No, that's west. Oh
Uh,
wait, no, I
no,
guess
that-
east.
That
Oh
is-
yeah.
You got me You made me doubt my own sense of direction. How dare you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My sense of direction is poor already. What happens if I just spam through their dialogue again, huh? Nothing.
Nothing. They won't let us through still. Well, let's try some other routes. Let's just try walking some different roads. See
Well,
where
I
we can
don't
go.
know if I've gone this way there.
You know, we always talk to people. Why don't we go explore?
Why don't we just explore? Because I'm afraid I'm gonna find somebody and then I have to talk to them. Social anxiety. Like the exact same
Well, perhaps
feature.
the other Toad place was the item shop. Maybe we actually need to find Toad's house.
The Toad House? Is that not what
House,
you...
yeah.
But not, what was that before? Kinoko Town.
Can we go down that pipe?
This one? Have I been down there before?
I definitely ate too much burrito.
I think we did the right thing, because now we're getting a sequence with Luigi.
Nissan Toshiteru Daro. So Nissan means, you know, older brother.
wonder
So
what-
he's thinking about his
I
older
wonder
brother.
what my brother's doing.
Doshiteru Daro.
I'm even thinking I need to translate that one, but I'll
I think he's
check.
vaguely saying like, where's older brother? What's he doing?
Yeah, like, I wonder what my brother's doing right now. Yeah, how are you doing, brother? Oh! Nissan!
Nissan.
Nissan! Janaika!
So he's brother, is that you?
Yeah. Buji da Pandane Nissan to Shin Bai Shite Ta Dayo.
I don't recognize anything on there off the bat. I know there's the Nissan. I don't know what Ushita Tandane. I don't know what that means. Zutto Shin.
Excited
Ha-
to see us, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what's the auto translate say?
Doesn't make any sense. It was Fuji, wasn't it?
All right, let's see if we can translate this.
Let me see
So
if I can get the specific parts to be a bit more specific. It was Fuji, wasn't it? I was really worried, is what the bottom part seems to say.
here, let me I can type this whole thing rather than it relying on taking a
Fuji.
picture of it. I'm gonna like type it in and see what the translate says.
I still don't understand what Fuji means. It doesn't tell me. Fuji, like Mount Fuji? What have you got? I only have confidence in the bottom part. I have no idea what Fuji is supposed to mean in this context.
So he's saying it was a mess, brother, and I was really worried.
Okay, it was a mess. I was really worried. I guess that makes sense. We got separated at some point, didn't we?
Oh, because the castle fell out of the sky, right?
Yeah. This is a mess, brother. What's happened?
So he was like back at the house, like, I saw my brother got flung halfway across the world. Is he okay?
Boku wa jishin ga okita toki ni isoide. What the fuck is that? Suki? No.
Soto? Is that outside? Soto?
Soto ni? That would make sense.
That is in fact.
Soto ni ge da shita kanda.
Jishin is an earthquake.
Uji da kandayo. An earthquake, huh?
Uji da tandayo. It's probably him talking about the mess again, right?
I was a jerk because I hurriedly ran outside when he woke up.
So he's saying he thinks of himself as a jerk because he just like ran away like a coward.
Probably, but let's keep going here. So, okitatoki.
You want me to hit the next one, or do you want to
was
keep going?
to get up, to rise.
Okay. Okay.
Okitatoki is in a time or hour or moment.
Isoide soto ni.
Isuide is to hurriedly or in haste. Sotoni is outside, so he got up and ran outside during the earthquake. Nigedas. Nigedas is to run away or to flee. So he's saying like when the earthquake happened, I ran out of the castle really fast.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, to be fair, that's what you're supposed to do during an earthquake, so can't blame Luigi there.
Yeah. Are?
Kimi wa dare dai?
You've already replaced me, have you? Are,
I
like
think he's
who's
saying
this?
like, who's that Goopa?
Yeah, who's this guy? Yeah, who's this guy? I thought we kill people like this.
Bring another for the slaughter.
Yeah, he's saying like, who are you? I like how he talks. He goes. Oyu. Oyu? That's a weird. No, oira. Oira kurio. Da. Yo. Yoroshiku.
So
He's
his name
saying
is Kurima Kuryo. Kuryo is his name.
It's like Mario, except, like Goomba EO.
I gotta say, I ate so much burrito, I feel immobilized.
You're feeling just completely incapacitated by the power of that
And I
burrito.
ate a quarter of the burrito.
Only a quarter, and it's already contained.
A quarter of that
you.
burrito put me out of commission.
It's strapped you down into your chair and fucking taken you out of commission.
But I don't mind this cutscene, even though this is the 4th layer of cutscene hell, that we have not yet seen a combat in this entire time.
No.
Because it's Luigi and I love him.
Yeah, it's okay. I like Luigi.
Hey! Ni-san to issho ni boken shiteru n da ne. So something about his older brother.
You're having an adventure with my brother, aren't you? Dane.
Issho means together, so yeah, so Ni-san to, which is like with brother.
Yeah, that first part is
Issho.
literally just him laughing, him going, heh.
Issho ni. And then boken was adventure. We saw that before with the wizard. Shiteru n da ne. So he's like, oh, you're on an adventure with my brother, huh?
He's my brother only.
Well, I'm gonna eat you.
Yeah. Boku wa koko deru suban wo kiteru kara ni-san no koto wa tarondayo.
So he's saying something about here and him. So boku wa kokode is like, he's the topic of the sentence. It takes place here. Rusuban.
This doesn't make sense.
Yusuban is caretaking or house sitting. So he's probably, if I were to guess, I haven't finished translating the sentence yet, but he's probably saying like, I'll stay here and hold down the fort, you know?
I think he's basically saying like, I'm gonna do my homework here, or I'm doing my homework here, so I asked about my brother. That's what the auto translate says anyway.
Shiteru kara is like, I think maybe it means like to carry out, to do. Nisan no koto. Where have I heard that before?
Nisan no koto?
Koto is a thing or a matter. So, my brother's business, Nisan no koto. My brother's business, his affairs. Wa tanondayo. Tanomu is to request, but tanon. I don't know what tanon means, but I think basically it's saying he's like, I'll stay here and watch the house.
Yeah, like yeah, that sounds good to me. That seems to
Yeah,
make
that was
common
it. Yeah,
sense.
it's like, oh, you're on
Alright.
an adventure with my brother. I'll stay here and watch the house.
Oh, I'm sorry, I feel
I
like
love
a
the
jerk
bullet
for running
short
away.
cutscene.
Anyway. Yeah.
I love that
Got
he
it.
doesn't hit us with 8 miles of exposition.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's just like, oh, hey, my brother's here. What are you doing? You on an adventure with my brother? Goodbye. I think there must be. I'm just checking the outside benches just to get some action. You know?
You're so used to 100%ing the 1,000-year door that you're like, I gotta check everything.
Yeah, you gotta be sure. Oh,
Oh, these are like stats.
that's interesting. This must be like star pieces and like levels and people beaten. You want to look at that?
Maybe later. I want to get at least one combat before we end the day, you know what I'm saying?
Mario Nikita. Oh, this is like his...
I think it's his diary.
No.
Beddo de. Ne, that's... I think it's something like that. But yeah, it was
look,
like...
he's on the
asleep.
top bunk.
Or,
sleeps
let me see the message again.
Okay.
Oh, now it's different. This is a different message. But Neru means to sleep, and Nenai probably means to not sleep.
And
Sore demo nemaska? So yeah, it's like, I think the first message was beddo de nemaska, which is like, do you want to sleep in the bed? And now it says something a little different, but probably about the same effect.
yeah, it's like, would you like to sleep in your bed again?
Yeah, yeah.
Goodbye, brother.
All right. Let's see if we can get on the road. Just get somewhere, you know?
Get somewhere. Well, I mean, do you think that I'm supposed to go, like, in here? I'm just curious. Like, is this open
I
now?
bet someone's gonna talk to us in there.
Oh, God, this is exactly where I'm supposed to go.
On our
isn't
way.
it? You want to go out and just kill a dude real quick?
Just fine. Just like exit town in some direction and see if we can find our way around.
Alright, alright.
I think he's saying we need to go to a fortress first. Like, go out the star door there.
Yeah, this is the one way we can go.
Okay, so this is where the castle got destroyed.
Out here is where we had our long cutscene journey before.
Yeah, was there any way we missed out this way?
Not that I know of.
Do you think we get over there and the big star is just like, Mario, what are you doing?
Why are you here again?
Mario, it's been 10 hours. What have you done?
What have you done? You've done anything. You've done nothing but smoke weed.
Mario's got a notepad full of trying to like translate things people are saying to him and he's crying. No, this is just like the wizard that sells us stuff, remember?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do here, huh? There's nothing up there. I genuinely think that the thing I have to do next is talk to more people.
Oh. No.
We can save and come back later.
We are 4 layers deep into cutscene hell. I don't know if I can do layer 5.
Come on. It's just another cutscene.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
You
Put our
want to
game
just go
face on.
right?
One more
We're
cutscene.
going one more cutscene? Alright, fuck it. Get out of my way. I'm not talking to any of you people. You people
You
mean
have nothing
to me.
meaningful to say.
Nothing. I'm pretty sure this is where they're telling me to go. I don't think we've talked to these people before.
We talked to them before, and they said that they were like outside the building, and they were like, "We can't go in right now." But now their sensei is back.
Oh.
Oh no. De Hanaika. Waga Yokuzo Mairareta. I didn't catch any of that but Mario. Like, oh, Mario!
Oh, Mario, who often visited my dojo.
So he's like, oh, Mario's come to visit. Oh, but yeah, Yokuzo. The
Yokuzo.
Yoku should be often, but maybe it means something different. It's Yokuzo?
Yokoso.
It's not called, it's Yokuzo.
Yokuzo.
Oh, Yokuzo means how admirably or how skillfully. So that's probably worth picking up the often, but I think it's mistranslating it. Because Yoku means often, but Yokuzo means how admirably. Like how
Okay.
admirably you've come to visit my dojo, maybe.
That makes enough sense. Washi wa shishio kono. Oh, fuck me. What's that?
Hold on, does that mean dojo? Let's look this up.
Josho? I think that's his name.
No, I think let me do some searching here. Wait, we've seen that one before. That first one there, do you remember? I was looking it up for forever. What did it say?
I'm Shisho. I'm the master of this dojo. And then if I go to that specific thing, I can find out.
Dojo.
Oh, dojo.
So I was right. It does mean dojo.
Yeah, kono dojo no. Kono dojo no ten seki nin sha de go zaru.
But we saw that kanji before. I already looked it up once. What did I find? What did I see?
What kanji are you trying to look up? We've already looked up. I already looked up the dojo kanji.
The one that's kono something, no?
It's kono dojo no.
Yeah, but we saw that first kanji before.
But
Maybe that's where the guy
tra-
was telling us to go, to the dojo.
I mean, that's what it translates to. That's what this is.
Just give me 1 second.
That's okay. But it literally,
Dojo.
it's translated
I
right there.
believe you, but I have to satisfy my curiosity.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it means Michi. It's road, path, or street. Remember that? When he was saying take the east
Right.
road?
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, so that would make sense. It's like a
Oh, because it also means route or way, so like way of something. Maybe that's
exactly.
the root
It's
of dojo.
like the way of the fighter, like the way of training, like the path to training.
Now I gotta know what that second one is. I need to know.
Okay.
This is study night.
Yeah, I know.
Dojo.
I'll Google it. Field. Location or place.
The location of the path is what dojo means.
Yeah, it's like the place where you train in your path. Like the path place, essentially, is what it's saying. if you wanted to take it literally, but it's just the dojo.
The path place.
Yeah,
Welcome to the path place.
exactly. It makes more sense in context than it does when you take it apart, I think. But it does kind of make sense when you take it apart. Anyway, can I go ahead and go from this one? I feel like I've got a good handle on this other than that.
Yeah, let's move on. But if you want to take the lead on the next one while I keep satisfying my curiosity here.
Go, yeah, go, goo. Go, goo. What's that supposed to mean? Oh. Yeah, it's basically just saying go, 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 go. Zaza. Shitsure itashita. Washi wa.
Okay, I found it and I've satisfied my curiosity.
Oh, yeah? You gonna share with the class?
I mean, you already know it. I just wanted to look up the kanji and like look at it for myself.
Oh, fair enough.
I had to get those sweet kanji pics. You feel me?
I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? The eagle is weak. What
It's thinks washi means eagle, but washi means eye.
the? Oh, right. It's a different way to refer to yourself.
So maybe saying like sorry, but I'm weak. I can't train you or something like that.
So that would make sense, I suppose. Geez, I'm sorry. My body is weak. You auto-translate.
Yowakate means weak or frail. Definitely. That's what that means.
Washida wa mainicha kono.
Mainichi means every day.
Yeah, mainichi. Kono, is it dojo de?
Dojo.
Kono dojo de honore no waze wo migaite oru.
So something about himself every day. This dojo. Honore is oneself or I.
Oh, I see. This makes sense just given the context. Washi wa I wa mainichi. So I train. I every day at the dojo. Honore no waze wo migai.
I think he's saying he practices here every day at the dojo.
That's exactly it. He's saying, like, I practice, I hone my skills, I polish it here every day. Mashi ono hoshi. You do this one, it's been a minute.
Moshi ono zomi to araba washira ni chousen suru koto mo dekimasu. I didn't really catch much of that at all.
The auto-translate, if you would like.
Sure, yeah.
If there is a wish, you can ask us.
So if there's something we want, we can ask them, I guess.
Yeah.
Can we ask them to clear the way for us?
That, I think, is the goal here.
Okay, this is an important. We have to figure this out. Shikashi, that sounds familiar. Shikashi. Shikashi is once again, however, or but. We saw that one earlier. So, however, Nihon wa. Is he talking about Japan there?
Onwa.
It's Honi. It's like the reverse of Japan. What does that mean?
Oni. Today.
I've never seen that. What?
It refers to today. As in ni, the day. On, as in like right now, today. The day today.
Honjitsu is this day. Yeah, that's really interesting. I've never seen it done that way. I've always seen
Yeah.
Kyo.
And then Dona. What is this? Go
Yo. Yo.
beyond? How do you pronounce that? Yon.
Donna.
Dona yon de go zaru ana.
Donna is what sort of. She was like, but what sort of something do you need today?
Yeah, like what do you need today? I think the first one is an affirmation, like yes, I need something, and the second one is like yotemi dake. I think that's something like I don't need anything.
Let me look it up.
Or the auto translate says the bottom one says I just looked and the top one is select, but I don't know if I trust it.
So the top one is chosensuru, and it means to select.
Okay, so it does mean to select. And then what does the bottom one mean for you?
It's yotemi tarake, and it means I just looked. I don't really know what it
Yeah.
means in this context.
I got that one too.
Maybe it's like I was just looking. Just looking
Oh, I
around.
was just looking. Yeah, let's
Maybe
select.
something like that. Let's do select.
He's very
Getting
shaky about
serious.
that. Yoru.
Shikaraba mazu wa shin. So there's that.
Mazu's bad.
Chi, is that chi or is that na? I forget. Shenga
Yorushi.
o
Yorushi.
oai
Yosh.
te tas.
So he says, all right, first of all, and then the third line is, I don't know that I agree with that. Shen was open. Shenga,
Shen is probably like a name, right? Shenga oai te tas.
I'm just gonna try that last one.
Oai te tas means I was waiting for you.
Oh,
So
really?
Chen was waiting for you?
I guess.
Yoroshi is like, okay, alright, very well.
All right.
Yoroshi.
Very well.
I think it's probably
was
the
waiting.
longer version of Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yoroshi.
Yeah, exactly.
Shikaraba.
I'm gonna keep going.
Mazua. So yeah, he's saying so. I'm not quite sure what he's saying here, but I think they're gonna help us.
Yeah, I think so. Kore Shen yo Mario Dono no battle.
Are we gonna have to battle someone? Do we have to win? Do we have to win in a fight in order to get them to do something for us?
Maybe. No oai te wo shite sashi ake or agenasai. Again, that's in the negative affirmative. So he's saying, Kore, there is.
What is this? So this Chen?
This is Chen.
Mario.
Mario, what kind of battle are you? Oh. What kind of battle are you waiting for?
Don't know is which way. So I think he's asking what kind of battle. Yeah, what kind of battle are we looking for?
Like, what kind of battle are you looking for? Oh, what kind of battle are you looking for?
Kawate yansu. Oshishiesema.
Is he saying like, oh, is it karate that you're looking for?
No, that's not how they spell karate.
Karate. Karata.
So Wakata. Oh wait,
Wakata, I understand.
Understand.
Yeah.
I understand, and then de, it's kind of like a from here. Coming out, rising. Yansu. So I'm not quite sure I'm getting it, but I think he's saying something about he understands, like, to his master there.
Oh, so we have to demonstrate? Battle!
All
Hey, we
right,
found a battle! Mario-san.
Mario.
Ikude Yans.
Ikudeyans. Let me look that up.
Oh, sorry. I should have let you do that. I just kind of hit the button.
Ikudeyans mean I will go, so let's go, Mario.
Ikude Yans. Oh, nice. It's like let's fight. Cool. You know what? First, let's. I don't know.
So basically, you'll come at me, bro.
Yeah, come at me, bro. All right, who are we dealing with here?
I already know that, but good for you, or sorry that happened, whichever applies.
I'll do a quick read. It's Chen from the dojo. Oh, so we're fighting Chen now.
Okay, we know who Chen is now.
He's staying under Shisho and is taking care of us.
Okay.
Looks like the lowest HP is 15, attack is 2, defense is 2. Ooh. This is a tough cookie. Hammer attacks are hard to beat, but jump attacks can flip them over so you can take it slow. That makes enough sense. There's a Buzzy Beetle. It's a perfect match with parentheses. I don't think that's correct, but we're moving on.
So basically, we gotta knock him over with the hammer.
Yeah. No, the hammer's not right. We have to jump on him.
Now we have to hammer him and then jump on him.
Jump on him and then hammer them. Watch. See, now he's flipped.
Oh, dang, you got me. Your understanding got my bounds.
Ah.
Sonna koto shicha dame de yansu. So he's saying something's no good, no use here. Like,
Like, it's
no.
no good.
Oh crap!
Oh shit. Don't do that, he says.
Come on, no!
Dude, don't! Stop, bro! Oh, stop it, bro! What the heck, man? Stop! Nice.
Yeah. Now hammer him.
I'm gonna fucking
Wait,
ruin him.
hammer him now.
Okay. Pretty okay. Nice.
Hammer.
No, look, I'm gonna do additional damage.
Okay.
4 damage.
Okay, that was a
One
lot. That was double the damage I would have done.
turn.
Hammer fans be like, I'm getting a big hammer vibe from this attack.
Oh yeah, we'll take him out this turn, watch. Got him!
Did you just kill Chen?
Yeah,
You just
Shen
killed
is dead.
in
I'm
front of
sorry. I did kill
He's
Shen.
my student.
Mario Donono.
There he goes again with the donono. What that means?
Donono.
Kachi.
We should not be up there, Cat. They're like distracting me because they keep.
Kachi is value. Oh, it's victory. Kachi means victory.
Kachi. We had victory.
Degozuro. So he's like saying Mario takes the victory.
Mario takes the victory. I'll take that. It seems that Chen is still learning a lot. Sure. Yorushi. Yoshi. Oh yeah. That's
Like,
easy.
okay.
Mario, dono ni wa kore wo tashiage yo. That last part that I don't know for sure.
Yeah, it's like I'm saying, okay, Mario something, this something, something.
He says, let me give you this.
Oh, you know what? This will probably let us get past those strange toads.
But it will. I bet that they were like, now that you have a
Ojo de
license.
no Mario no Tsuyosu no Akashi Chen no
Oh.
Aote Morata.
So what this is,
Shodan no Akashi.
Dan no Akashi, that is a testimony. Then wo moja, wait, is Shodan? No, Shodan no.
So
name.
basically, this is like a certificate that we beat Chen.
This is literally the testimony of Shodan, is what that says.
Okay.
And what it does is, if you look on the bottom, it says proof of Mario's strength at the dojo.
Okay, Akashi is a proof, signed, testimony, certificate, license, membership
Akashi.
card. Membership card? I think this is our
Oh.
membership card for the dojo.
We have a dojo membership card.
Shodan no Akashi.
It's proof of our strength.
So now we can whip out our card that says we know karate and scare people.
Yeah. Mata. Itsu demo chausen shi ni kuru to yo ni de go zaru. Go.
There goes at it. We saw that before. We couldn't get it.
Go.
It's, I mean, I know Itsumo, but I don't know Itsudemo. Itsudemo is always, all the time. So he's probably saying carry this with you all the time?
I think he's saying, I will come and visit you anytime.
Oh, come and visit anytime. He's saying come back anytime.
It's good. Yoi de go. And then at the bottom he says,
We're free. We're free. Run.
Go! You're free! And we did a battle.
Yeah,
That was
good
actually
battle.
a specific plot progressing battle, nonetheless.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick. Let's
We
save.
bullied that poor dojo member.
I imagine that now we can probably go here, but that'll probably be a time for
Yeah,
next
it'll
time.
be a whole like translation thing. It's like Mario has the dojo card.
Yeah,
and they run off.
exactly.
Do we want to start that next time then?
Let's do that next time. I feel like we got good progress here today.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to a lot of people. We understood what they said, except for the wizard, and then we, you
Except
know,
for the wizard.
except for the wizard.
Did I like?
I'm really glad you've been playing Thousand Year Door because you like are fresher on the mechanics here. 'Cause I
Yeah,
would not have
right.
thought to trick the badges and know like how that all works.
I just want to see like what am I working with here? Hockey scene? So one of these was a lucky pin and the other one was the jump pin. I think that one of these will get us more coins and I think that'll be more useful in the long run. So we're going to go with that one instead of the lucky chance.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, boo. Alright. Well, that'll do us for today on the study night portion of tonight's stream. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining me again. I appreciate it.
Of course, I always look forward to study night.
Yeah, study night's fun. I just get a little further in this game each time, and you learn a little more every way.
In fact, we are on chapter 2. That is something to be proud of.
Yeah, considering that, like, we actually understand the plot and the characters and what's going on and where we're going, that's, like, kind of impressive. So, 2 hours of that, Let's turn that off. Ugh. Get to see my butt. Yeah. Let's see. Did you just... Oh, you're still here. I don't need to stream, though, anymore. Turn that off. Oh, shit. So I'm gonna do Road Warden next. Discord straight up broke. Oh, I was wondering what happened there. That sounded weird. I'll just hop off the call then. Thanks for playing, though, again. Switching the game here, though. Okie doke, got that updated. Actually, switch those. Yeah, we're actually able to, like, understand things pretty well, which, considering that I would not have been able to do that, or at least feel confident doing that, and that we're actually, like, making progress and doing good, it means a lot. Awesome. We're going places. Road Warden has 141 followers on Twitch. Not active viewers, just followers. So there's probably going to be very few people that will discover me through the stream, but maybe the developer will see that I'm streaming their game, and that makes me happy. The Ouija conversation was the highlight of the night, both the Ouija and because I felt like we did the best at it. Yeah, absolutely. The Ouija conversation was the best. I feel like the worst part was just that fucking wizard. I hate that wizard. He's such a fucking pompous douchebag. Speak like a normal person, goddammit. I know that it's probably cute and fun when you understand the Japanese, but for us learning, it's like, piece of shit, just speak normal. God damn, I hate that wizard. Alright. Oh, this is interesting. Let's see. Is this already looking good here? No, I gotta fix this. Okay, this is one of the last games that I have to play on my list here that I haven't actually already tried out this month for the bundle, so let's see how it is. Road Warden. We marvel at the serenity of the forest and crave the shroud of its silence. Road Warden. Interesting quote to start off with. I almost feel like it's getting like cold in here because of all the air conditioning that we have. I'm tempted to get like a jacket or something. Oh, interesting. And choose like a more basic font or like a pixelated font. Dev support. That's cool. Everyone knows to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk a lonely journey. Road wardens not only accept this struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants, burn human corpses, and, if possible, get rid of beasts and highwaymen. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. A dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. I leave the safety of the city walls. Please select the difficulty mode. This can't be altered later on. Casual for focusing on the story, no time limit, more cash at the start, some quests are more forgiving. Standard, for those familiar with RPGs, 40-day time limit, and regular rule set. It seems like it, but more text-based. It's a Strand type game. Restrictive for returning road wardens. Only a 30-day time limit, reduced 10, and increased nighttime damage. I suppose I would choose the standard one. The walls are still standing. There are no wolves around, no stench of blood. Good signs. This should be the place you're looking for. You were supposed to meet up with a group of soldiers, but you heard no voices, no sounds of labor. The gate is ajar, but the camp isn't safe. It may keep away the goblins and the pebblers, but not beast folk nor trolls, and the night is near. Your palfrey breathes heavily. It has been a long night. What's a palfrey? Wish there was like an in-game like dictionary. Need to look around cautiously, dismount and sneak to the gate. Let's peek inside, get off the horse and enter the camp briskly. Well, you hear no voices, no sounds of labor. I think that we should peek inside. Let's take a peek. Your heavy boots hit the ground and the pain of the long ride finally catches up with you. You stretch out and bring your back and legs comfort. All you want now is a table, a decent chair, and a nice mug of beer, perhaps some warm stew. With any luck, your axe won't be needed here. I approach the gate slowly. Take care of yourself. If your herder exhausted, some action will be available to you. The weaker you are, the higher chance you'll die in combat. Let's approach slowly. It's a military camp. It doesn't look the part. Plenty of wasted space. The fire pit is cold. Two people are sitting at a table, tired and disheartened. They're looking in different directions, paying no attention to one another. One of them is holding a cup. After a moment, you notice the quiet humming. You recognize the melody of a light-hearted drinking song from the city harbor. I need to look around cautiously. The people inside the camp didn't even notice the clatter of hooves. The short, dry grasses barely cover the arid soil of this valley, but you're maybe a minute away from the edge of the sparse woods, which get denser as they climb up the hills. At best, this trail has a few more years before getting overgrown for good. Hard to believe it's the only route north. Doesn't look like much of a threat. Takes them a few breaths to glance in your direction. The first person greets you with a wave of his hand. There are bags under his eyes and his beard is messy. Despite his simple shirt, he's wearing durable, decent boots. A mace with its head covered in iron hangs at his side, but he doesn't reach for it. I take a look at the second soul. Just like you, she's wearing a gamberson, but hers is a bit loose, as if she took it off a corpse. Her head is shaven and she's protecting herself from flesh-eating bugs. Her eyes are weary yet kind. She smiles. Considering the squad was sent here half a year ago, these two surely look the part, though there should be more of them. 8, you believe. I let them speak first. Nice to see an unharmed traveler in this godforsaken shithole. Makes me just a tiny bit hopeful. The bearded man's voice is strong yet timid. You'll be staying the night with us, I guess. We're soldiers, he and I, says the armored woman. For a moment, he switches from half asleep to relaxed. We'll do our best to keep the camp safe, but if you were to take the first watch, it would be a huge help. Travelers ought to help each other, wouldn't you say? You think for a moment. To fully rest, you need a good sleep. I have to take the first watch. Yeah, alright. Fantastic, she rubs her hands together. I don't remember the last time I had more than half a night of sleep. The hours before midnight should be the calmest. Just wake me up if anything happens. The man flushes you a wide smile. It's easy to wake us up. Just yell. He drinks from his mug. I ask him about the lieutenant. You wonder how to phrase your question. You can influence how they perceive you by selecting one of the attributes. Friendly, be supportive and cordial. Playful, a joker, witty comment. Distanced, hide your emotions. Intimidating, hint at a threat. Or vulnerable, be sad, tired, afraid, or hopeless. Catch him off guard with a joke. Not sure if you're busy, so if you could just introduce me to your lieutenant. This is very fascinating. Oh, there's different... I can see what the options are. I was hoping to meet with your lieutenant. Could we talk for a bit? Is she busy? Just introduce me to your lieutenant. Looking for your lieutenant. I'd rather speak with someone who's not going to waste my time, or I had a long journey. I need to have a word with your lieutenant. Maybe you can introduce me to your lieutenant? The armored soldier spares you a polite smile. Next time, better schedule a meeting. This place gets really crowded these days. She stands up. She pays little attention to the sword at her side. I figured you aren't here on a walk. Let's just say you need to speak with. Are you a messenger? Did you lose your mount? Or are you looking for help? I'm your new road warden. My horse is waiting outside. Really? The soldier in the shirt leans forward. That explains how you got here in one piece all by yourself. Better bring your beast here, adds the lieutenant. We have no hay, but I bet it dreams of dropping its saddle. Long pause. I'm Tulia, by the way. She reaches out her hand. I shake her hand. I ain't no coward. What do you want people to call you? Bex. Her grasp is confident. The shake is slight. Just keep your horse away from the tents. She steps away. You don't need to smell its dung. Ah, there's this one issue. The soldier in the shirt also rises to his feet. You've no tent to spare. You will have a blanket or something. Hey, I enjoy observing the stars. You walk through the gate. Your mount looks around and snorts anxiously. Not many humans could ride a horse. It's not only taller than you, but also bulky, as heavy as it is strong. You get in the saddle in a single breath, but most people wouldn't know where to even begin. From every side, it's a wall of flesh. Horses were brought to the Dragon Woods from the conquest in the south. They can trot for a long time, but won't outrun some of the local monsters. Your palfrey needs you to survive, but without it, you would be lost. I want it to feel at ease. It's my companion. It takes a few steps toward you, scolding you with another snort. You scratch the bottom of its neck with strength and confidence, just the way it likes it. Humans see useful animals, even as pets, as monsters in disguise. Getting emotionally attached to them is believed to lead humans to their doom. But you know that horses need companionship. I speak to it gently and lead it to camp. You end up next to the fire pit. Removing the saddle makes the horse snicker with relief. You take a couple minutes to examine its back, just in case. While the riding equipment is not that heavy for such a strong animal, with enough time it starts to chafe. You wish you'd had something better to eat than this shabby grass. You should look for an inn. I need to unpack. Oh, now I get to choose my class. Cool! You haven't brought many things. You lost one of the sacks while fleeing the Crimson Quartz Eaters. Worst of all, you have no rope left, but maybe some of the soldiers could share one. Didn't cost more than a dragon bone. Aside from the travel set, you own a few valuable possessions essential for your trade. I'm gonna save. Fighter. I spent my savings on decent combat equipment. I have a fine gambeson, an axe made of steel, and a reliable crossbow with coral. Or a mage. I have talismans that help me use my powers, as well as an iron axe and a worn gambeson. Or a scholar. I carry writing instruments and an alchemical ingredient, as well as an iron axe, a worn gambeson, and a healing potion. Ooh, yeah, tell me about these 3 classes. As a fighter, you'll have an easier time in physical challenges thanks to your superior equipment and hidden bonuses during dice rolls. You'll be physically more capable than the other classes, but opens unique opportunities during some social interactions. The best class for beginners. A fighter's weakness is their reliance on physical strength. Your special abilities won't be available to you if your vitality points drop to 0. The mage uses Pneuma, a versatile but limited pool of energy points that can be spent to cast a few humble spells. Magic will protect you better than a sharp axe, but as a mage, you'll be able to heal faster while resting, detect magic in a mysterious area, distract a beast with a simple trick, and find common tongue with many other magic users. Using the mage's power too freely will result in having no Pneuma left when you need it the most. So you have to be careful about how much you use. The scholar will know more about the world's mysteries than you, helping you take advantage of some unusual situations. Your character will impress the locals with its knowledge, and you'll be able to read the sparse, written clues without anyone's assistance. Scholars struggle with combat more than the other classes, but with enough carefulness and exploration, you'll gain access to alchemical mixtures that will help you escape from many dangerous situations. Oh, that's so cool. I like the sound of the scholar the most. But for the purposes of this playthrough, and this being my first time, I feel like the fighter would be the best bet. I like that. They're more knowledgeable. Oh, I'll have to be the fighter. You unpack and inspect your belongings. Your water skin isn't pierced. Spare clothes are still here. I can open my inventory here. Food rations. Pouch with coins. Gambeson. Padded defensive jacket. Travel set. Battle axe. Crossbow. Oh, cool. And you can see like an archive of all of the text. That's nice. Oh, and you get like quests and stuff. This is neat. Oh, I love this. There's a glossary! There's literally a glossary. I was just saying that this game could use a glossary. That's awesome. Huh. Unicorns, massive beasts covered with thick brown fur named after the horns sitting out of their skulls, often larger than a human shell. Than a human shell? They move on 4 legs in dense forests and open meadows, but since they avoid settlements or even commonly used roads, they are shrouded in mystery with legends and rumors that often contradict one another. The unicorns are among the most feared creatures of the Dragonwoods, infamous for holding a crucial role in the wrath of the herds. They charge in the front, able to get through wooden, most stone walls with a single crash, ignoring the wounds they receive in the process. Their part is done. Other beasts can get inside, not bothered with the defenders. There's still more to learn. Interesting. Pebblers. Like most people, you know quite a bit about pebblers. Maybe the most infamous source of nuisance for most farmers across the Dragonwoods. They can get as big as a house, and maybe just as heavy. From time to time, pebblers look for the most unusual tastes, like meat or honey, which can encourage them to bother human settlements. Once they get used to a specific spot, like an unfenced farm or a forest garden, getting rid of them can be a huge endeavor. There are but a few blades able to cut through their thick skin and durable bones, and a single mistake may put them into a furious charge, and then encourage them to look for human dwellings to tear them down in revenge. That explains the pebbler. Anything else immediately that I really was curious about? Corpse. Ooh, nice. City of Havlavin, one of the greatest harbors in the Dragonwoods in the heart of the non-western province of the 10 cities. Dragonbone in the glossary, you were curious about that? Oh yeah, sure. Dragonbones. Known also as coins, dragons, or bone dragons, they are small, hollow, ring-like pieces of bones, often kept on a string. While their shape and thickness are not precisely supervised by the state, most people can judge when the coin is too thin to be usable in the marketplace. Dragons are gigantic beasts, and killing them is something that only the most audacious people have interest in. When possible, the bones are taken from an already deceased shell, but sometimes the weakened beast needs to be helped along. Dragon hunters do what they can not to spoil their prey. Counterfeiting coins takes a lot of effort in gathering bones of smaller but still dangerous saurians, then carving distinctive grooves inside every single coin. Using or producing large amounts of counterfeited coins ends in a lifetime of banishment from the province. The prices of goods are fluid and related to the accessibility of a specific good. The country is too poorly organized to maintain the banking system, so the merchants don't mind storing any type of bartered wares from seeds to magical weapons. Interesting. So they're essentially currency. A lot going on here. I'm gonna keep going. Just in case you take a look at your wooden bowl and mug, your cape, your tinderbox, bandages, food rations, knife, nothing too special or cumbersome. From time to time, your routine helps you to avoid mistakes, but this doesn't make it any more exciting. I return to the soldiers. Damage my armor, can then fix it. 3 out of 4, huh? They're at the table again, observing your feast and chatting between themselves. Your stomach growls at the sight of them eating out of wooden bowls. One more bowl was put at a previously unused end of the table. You can sit down on a tree log. I join them and take a look at the meal. It's cold gruel, the meal eaten in times of hardship. The specific bowl is filled with water, hog millet, some strange-looking cereals and blueberries. Welcoming you with a meal, even a humble one, is beyond their duty. Soldiers live for their companions and are constantly on the move from one part of the realm to another, making sacrifices to protect their group as they face dozens of hideous creatures. Yeah, the blueberries must be alright at least. Their lives are filled with discipline, hardship, and camaraderie. Road wardens, on the other hand, learn how to work by themselves. They seldom engage in open combat, patrolling in the same roads for years. They help the settlement stay in touch, but also maintain commerce, settle down, and forge friendships. When there are no laws to follow, they use their own judgment. Different responsibilities, different lifestyles. I ate quickly, not focusing on the taste, then speak with Tulia. She's focused and chooses her words carefully. She looks away only when she gathers her thoughts. I'm afraid I can tell you less than I would like to and less than I should. She nods toward the other soldier. As you can see, there is not a lot of us left. At the beginning of summer, there were 8 of us, including our previous lieutenant. 5 are dead. 1 has run away in tears. We're also strangers in this land, adds her companion. Any piece of information may help me do my job. The man leans forward, his legs shake nervously. He sounds like a kid asking for a bard to sing one more story, tell a joke, or do a magic trick. Whatever it takes to escape from boredom. His untrimmed beard hides a much younger face than you originally thought. What did the officials tell you? I expect not that much. No soul governs these lands. I share what I consider to be relevant. Tell the soldiers how little guidance you've received. Since this area is too far away from Hovlavan to keep it under control, you were warned that it's untamed and unknown. Who knows how many villages, bandits, or monsters may be found in these unmapped hills or forests. From time to time, new people come here to look for boundless opportunities. Most of them never return. Do they turn into walking corpses or find what they're looking for? No soul can tell me, so I was looking for your guidance. The lieutenant drinks from her cup and crosses her legs, ankle on knee. Seeing her chair makes you doubt if she'll ever find a comfortable position. Where should we start? Oh boy, there's a lot to talk about here. Do I get to actually talk about each one of these things? What should I know about the peninsula? I'll tell you what I know, and you'll be the judge, says the lieutenant. How long did it take you to get here from the city? On a decent palfrey, I guess it would be 3-4 days? When you confirm, she continues, from here you can reach the coast in a day, as long as you don't take any stops. You know what the situation? Why no ships can get here? You nod. The sea route allows Havlavian officials to keep in touch from the coastal villages, collect taxes, move the soldiers, collect lumber, deliver tools, but maintaining order on a wild coast such as this one is like filling the ocean depths with coins. Because of the rocks, you can hardly stop a ship 5 miles from the shore, and boats can't get much closer. Rocks make it harder to approach, huh? She nods. I don't know much about fishing, but there's not that many people living by the shore, and they don't crave to stay in touch with the city folk. As she pauses, her companion carries on. No soul from the north ever came to the camp, but when we travel to the roadside inn built to the north, they're happy to trade and to play dice. Why not stay at one of the settlements? Wow. The man clears his throat. I mean, you know, we're here to guard this road and the camp is our post, and well, he turns towards Tulia. She lowers her voice. Don't take it the wrong way, Bax, but are you a devout soul? Oh shit. This is like one of our first big choices here. Like most city folk, I believe that people should unite their strength to overcome the threats of nature and dark magic. Everyone will be judged for both good and evil deeds. I'm a part of the United Church. For many years, I've supported a monastery that does its best to advance mankind's spiritual growth. Artistry, herbalism, and magic research, I follow the teachings of the Order of Truth. I'm from a small village. For me, the freedom of shell, pneuma, and the soul are the main virtues of life. My community is unique and independent, and so are its members. I have a place in my fellowship. I have a strong connection to nature and spirits and follow the path of my ancestors. Some of my beliefs may be considered sinister and treacherous by the city folk. You probably call me a pagan. There's no evidence of the right's existence, and all of the mystical tales are explained by magic. No, I'm not. Oh, interesting. So I could be an atheist or one of these other churches, essentially. What do y'all think? I think the Order of Truth sounds kind of dope. For many years, I've supported a monastery that does its best to advance mankind's spiritual growth, artistry, herbalism, and magical research. You know way too little about this game to say. You know what? No. I'm just gonna say, I don't know. I don't believe it. Seems to subvert a lot of things typically done in RPGs. Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna say, like, I'm not even a part of a religion. That'll probably mess me up later, but... The man nods. I heard that most road warriors drift away from the churches. It doesn't matter to me, to neither of us, I think, adds the lieutenant, peeping at her companion. I just wanted to make sure I won't step on any touchy subject. You won't, go ahead. The people here are disquieting. Every few words, she taps the table with her finger. Their traditions won't help them negotiate with the officials. Here, she starts to draw lines with her index finger as if she's pointing at an invisible map. The peninsula is connected with roads, like a big circle. In the northwest, you'll find a weird village with a bog. Not exactly pagan, I don't think. It even has a priest who claims to be an eremite. You nod. She means a fellowship. They do crazy shit, her companion chirps in. They use the dead to cut down trees and dig in soil. Once I saw it, I begged to never return there. Oh, so they must use necromancy to, like, do their basic, like, farming work and stuff. You've heard tales such as this, once when you were a child. If an isolated settlement manages to survive without a city's influence, its customs and traditions grow more alien. Each generation learns how to adapt to the dangerous conditions they have to deal with, and the rustic pagan traditions muddy their river of faith. The United Church often warns its members about the crazy druids, the necromancers and blood mages, the bringers of doom, the traitors to mankind. Were you able to speak with these necromancers? You can see why we're not eager to go there. If we could avoid it, the lieutenant chuckles. Maybe they'll be more welcoming to the road warden. The roads are dangerous, with little to no shelters. People need your help. The man in the shirt turns a bit and points a finger to the northwest. If you're looking to the undead village, you'll get an inn first, and soon. Tulia nods. Pill to the north is a safe place. You can talk with the innkeeper, the guards, and ask them about the road. How is the east? She stares off across the camp. Hard to tell. We went there only once. There are hills, forests, and rivers. We saw a tunnel sculpted in leaves and branches, but we didn't enter it. Wilderness all around. Any monsters worth mentioning? Anything that could catch my mount? We saw all sorts of beasts, the man starts to count on his fingers. Goblins, treants, cats, large and small runners, howlers, wolves, spiked boars, wolf-on-ears, griffins. But we managed to stay away. Some could catch up with the most mounts. Tulia glances at her companion. Though a palfrey should be fine. The trees are so tall that the flying creatures keep to the coast and the mountains. It's like a zombie apocalypse story, but the wild world instead of zombies. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels, right? Just like this insane, like, D&D, almost like post-apocalypse, like, world. They fight more for food than territory. The soldier cracks his knuckles. Don't provoke them and ride fast and just count on luck. Well, I guess that's all I needed to know. What happened to the last road warden? Tulia takes a deep breath. Aren't you a bit late for a rescue mission? We haven't heard back from him for almost half a year. Villagers speak for a bit between themselves, trying to get their story straight. They confirmed that he stopped by their camp a few times, but stopped showing up at nearly at all in early summer. The bearded soldier starts to scratch the table with the tip of his knife without looking at you. I don't remember his voice. Always busy, drowning in things to take care of. He would sit somewhere, sharpen his sword, fix his loud mail, clean his clothes, write notes on that wax tablet of his. Yep, and leave it on. Unlike us, Astrid never gets bored. Tulia lets out a joyless chuckle. He's secretive, but some of the locals speak about him warmly. Maybe he just doesn't like us. Sounds like you're not sure if he's dead or not. If anyone knows, they won't tell us. Maybe someone is keeping him in a basement, the man carves with a passion. We haven't seen him, or his Saurian. Something ate them, I bet. The officials have hired you, right? They don't expect him to return. Richer road wardens often use four-legged, meat-eating saurians as their mounts. They have to be tamed and trained since they're hatching, but, unlike horses, can easily defend themselves from many monsters. At least your palfrey is fast and reliable and won't suddenly sink its teeth into an innocent passerby. I want to know, like, what is this palfrey? Is that like PP? doesn't even have it on here. Is it like one for mounts or something? Many believe that talking about beast folk brings bad luck. It's difficult to even judge if there's a thing as a pure specimen. Each one of them partially resemble each other as another animal, a boar, a wild cat, a bear, an owl, a lizard. Yet no matter if they have long tails, fangs, tusks, claws, or antlers, they're always bipedal and seemingly capable of working together. Packs, some people say. Others call them tribes. These mysterious creatures show up all across the realm, hunting for animals as well as travelers, but it's not clear how smart they actually are. They don't use weapons nor speak, yet seem to partially understand human behavior. He even writes tablets describe a woman who used to trade with beast folk before they ate her. The smallest beast folk, usually with wolf-like heads, are known as gnolls. While threatening in large numbers, in small group they don't present a problem for a skilled, confident fighter. Save in my slot there. You know what he was looking for? Maybe he left you a message? Neither one of us had any insight into his dealings, says Tulia. The predecessor left me with no clues. We also took a look at Asterian stuff. Wait, she raises her open palm. I almost forgot. She stands up and heads to a nearby tent. He has kids in a village near Havlavin. I was planning to take all the things there. A pouch, a second spear, a decent bow, and some potions. Quite a treasure. She glances at you, but I would much prefer to bring them the truth about their father. So you want me to go out there to find out what happened to him in exchange for his stuff? Okay, here's the catch. She dusts off the hilt of her sword. We've hired a messenger to act as the commanders for further orders. To ask the commanders. Since she hasn't returned and you know nothing about her, she either ran away or something happened to her. She sighs with resignation. We are meant to stay here until fall. What do you think? Come see us, tell us what you've learned about the man, and we'll get back to Havlavin together? Think about your real mission. You were planning to return to Havlavin in the early fall anyway. If he's alive, I don't think he's going to be happy about me taking away all of his possessions. True, but he's considered dead. I doubt he'd begrudge you anything. And who knows, you may find his shell lying on the roadside tomorrow. He wears mail, he uses a spear mostly. Maybe 5 feet tall, but stout, long. Red beard, short hair, pale face. He rarely smiles. She glances at her companion, but after he adds nothing, she sits down and stretches out her legs. To find out what happened to him. Dead, alive, just let me know. I've lost my rope. Could you spare one? You're in luck. She heads me toward one of the crates and moves aside a large linen sack, revealing a rope. Brings it back nonchalantly, sitting down in the chair. Take it. I was planning to leave it behind. Nice. A fine rope made of hemp fibers. I take it and offer some food in return. Tulia leans forward and rests her forearms on her thighs, looking down with clasped hands, then meets your eyes. I'd normally refuse, but we need some decent food. Every day I'm searching through our groats, looking for worms and putridity. We forage, but it's not a great spot. Some food rations will brighten up a foggy day. For now, you leave the rope on the table. What happened to your squad? The man shrugs. Bandits happened, and monsters. A strong band, though, his companion chirps in. When we got to the peninsula in spring, we saw some people living in this camp. The lieutenant decided to avoid it and look for an inn. We had to travel through the night for a bit. The bearded soldier scoffs and crosses his arms, but she carries on. If he had decided otherwise, we would have all died that day. The innkeeper explained that the camp is a trap, that the armed ones pretend to be soldiers, stay there at night, lose everything you have. Sounds like slave hunters. Tulia sighs. Very much so. They killed some and took others away, who knows where. They were letting the northerners go, hoping to avoid their wrath. It kind of worked, adds the soldier. We asked them for help, but they refused. We had to clear the entire camp on our own, and that's why 3 of our people died. Don't exaggerate. It's not like the lieutenant didn't make a mistake. He wanted to get rid of them and take them over to the camp. We didn't know our enemy well enough. We were outnumbered, and they had an ice mage among them. He looks at you. At least we cleared the road, saved lives. You mentioned monsters as well. Nothing that would surprise you. Those of us who survived the skirmish were young, too inexperienced to spend a summer in a place without a good leader, and if they didn't trust me. And they didn't trust me. One of them got caught by a treant. Another one ignored my orders to perform some sort of a ritual hunt. So Werebear tore her to pieces. The last one tried to act tough, didn't tell us that he had a cut on his hand while cleaning his gamberson. She lets out a ghastly chuckle. We had to cut it off, and he was so ashamed that he decided to walk north, find a new life, and disappear. Idiot. What a colorful journey. The man tries to drink from his mug, but it's empty. You made this place safer. Barely. Tulia seems tired. Who knows if it was worth the lives and the effort. Tulia, how'd you become a lieutenant? Not much of a story, honestly. She looks at her hand, which is currently rolling a mug over the table. In the city, there's a strict order of, what should I call it? She exchanges looks with her companion, but can't help her. Well, leadership succession, I guess. Pavlovan chiefs select commanders, and those select lieutenants, and those put their soldiers in top priority. If a lieutenant dies, they get replaced by the next soldier in line. So you were his successor. Nah, not exactly. When we fought the bandits, our lieutenant was hit by a slingshot. His boyfriend jumped to help him, but failed to protect either of them from a spell. Oh. That's cool. LGBTQ. That's what represent. It was like a ball of ice that hung over them and exploded, piercing their heads, completely avoiding their shield. Really unpleasant. She pauses. And you were the third one in line. Basically, yeah, she says without enthusiasm. I didn't plan to become a leader, though. I'll get demoted once we return to this city. I prefer to follow anyway. What was your squad's mission? The lieutenant looks into your eyes. You know, the usual. Making the roads safe, keeping people alive. I explained that it must be important for me to know what they have tried to accomplish. I can't really tell you. Let's just say it would have been nice to have a reliable outpost somewhere nearby. A place where you can always find a group of fighters willing to protect you in the name of the law. She tilts her head back. Now, have any other questions? Anything I should know about this camp? Story is brief. Some merchants built the camp to have an extra stop for mules and donkeys, just between the inn and the southern villages. There's plenty of grass here and a pond nearby. When the peninsula grows more dangerous, the camp stood abandoned, from time to time serving as a shelter for travelers. The bandits came here in spring, further paralyzing the exchange of information between the northern and southern settlements. Since these highwaymen are no more, the situation may reverse. Time will tell. You can sleep here whenever you want, the man concludes their tale, but don't expect to wake up without pain in your back. Fair enough. You or me, where would you go next? Soldier answers quickly. To the inn, of course. He grabs an empty mug. The one northwest from here. If you can't afford the room, the main hall is free of charge. The locals rarely gather there. The northern road is much more traveled, mentions Tulia. But the monsters will tell you about this and that, and you'll have a chance to introduce yourself. But the hunters, sorry, not the monsters. The innkeeper can listen and knows many souls. Any tips on how I can make a good first impression? She smirks. Avoid cheap jokes, stick to the trade, don't waste his time. Show him that you can be relied on. Right, well, it's getting late. I should prepare for the night. I agree, Tulia sighs with relief. And may you do better than Asterion did. Stay vigilant. She winks at you, shattering the mask of the soldier. Thanks for your help. You go to the barrel and splash water on your face, which makes you even more aware of how much you need a bath. After the night, it will only get worse. Your horse is already napping, still too anxious to lay down. I prepare for my watch. The soldier in the shirt is eager to guide you. Just observe the area. There's plenty of griffins around, though they won't try to jump over a palisade. Probably. Better watch out for the apes. They climb up and carry out any food they can find. And there's this one really loud werewolf that keeps smelling the wall, though it hasn't tried to get in. He points at the gate. The lieutenant and I will block the entrances. They're quite heavy, so if anyone comes here looking for shelter, better call us to help you out. And if this someone is being chased by wolves or anything, better throw the rope instead. He scratches at his head. If it gets cold, feel free to make a fire, and the best place is on the watchtower. You may want to put a blanket there or something. Watchtower? Gives you a long, puzzled look. Oh, here! He points at the pile of crates. Just climb up to the tallest one. Oh, that right there. You'll have a great view at the northern side, the more dangerous side. And also, I know you're tired after all that riding. He points to the tent at the other side of the camp. Can handle a couple hours sleeping on the ground. If you wish, go there after me and the rest. Just this once. At least I have a pallet inside. Hey, thanks a lot. You put your blanket on the smallest crate and sit down. The night is warm, but the sporadic summer breeze brings gentle refreshment. From time to time, your back aches, and you have to force yourself to keep your eyes open. The light of the moon helps you focus on the tall grasses. For most of the time, you spot just small critters and birds, but there are exceptions. At one point, you spot a three-horned deer trying to challenge another. Before they clash their antlers, a two-legged dragonling appears, leading its much smaller offspring. The furry beasts try to intimidate the predators with roars and aggressive head movements. After a few moments, both sides walk away slowly, not willing to risk the fight nor willing to admit their defeat. But I don't let it distract me. I keep looking around. You hear the sound of death screams of distant prey and the mating calls of monkeys. Runners are chasing a gray hare. A group of muskoxen lazily chew the grass, preparing themselves to sleep. A dusk fox is running together with a lynx, making playful screeches. Thankfully, you never have to intervene. You just sit there watching the not-so-distant forest, trying to outlast your sleepiness. You can only guess how much time has passed. Once you feel you've had enough, you climb down and go to the tent, waking up the bearded man with just a couple of words. Confirm that nothing has happened. I gather my things and squeeze into the tent. I use my bag as a pillow, put my blanket on the pallet, and cover myself with my cloak. Sleeping in a tent is not the stuff of dreams, but it's much welcomed rest. The pallet keeps the cold soil away. Moonlight saves the outside world from the eerie gloom. You listen to your own breath and find a comfortable position. Your job starts tomorrow. I focus on the real goal of my journey. Oh, explore the peninsula. The Merchant Guild wants to take control of this realm. Your wardening duties are secondary. First and foremost, you need to explore the peninsula. Learn about the territory, resources, and threats. Get to know the locals, and if you can, convince them to consider negotiations with Havlavan officials and traders. Should the tribes resist the soldiers or be a threat to the priests of the United Church? Are there any forbidden practices that need to be eradicated, such as blood magic, necromancy, robbery, or slavery? At least I have time, 40 days to be exact. I need to be as thorough as I can. Once you finish your reconnaissance, you should speak with Tulia and return to Havlavan. There you can report back to your employers and get your reward. In the meantime, you'll have your own goals to pursue. I need to gather some extra coins for a person I care about. Oh, this is interesting. I feel like this would be a good place to, like, actually save. Instead of just, like, a quick save. I need to gather some extra coins so I can retire early and live in prosperity. If I gather enough connections among the local leaders, I'll use them to become a major player in the Merchants Guild. I want to be remembered as the soul who brought peace and order to the realm, a hero. I just want to help people make the region safer for the locals and newcomers alike. Or I need to find a new life for myself. I have a difficult past and I want it to be forgotten. I like... I don't think I'm so self-conscious that I think I'm a hero, but I do want to help people. Make place safer. New entry, help others. Nice. And I can't travel during the night, press the sleep button to rest. I see. Your half-asleep senses are catching the sounds of the wild forest. Your instincts keep you alert and anxious through the pleasant, humid, late summer air evens it out slowly. You're thinking about your goal, but you need to gather your strength. Well, all I can do now is rest. Sleep. Sleeping in a tent. You can spend the night in a borrowed tent. It's nothing special, but it will protect you from wind and rain, and the ground won't be painfully hard or cold. Okay, sleep. You're woken up by sunlight, well rested and ready. Without haste, you gather your things. After only a couple of breaths, you notice a weird smell like a roast. No burning meat. Burning rotten meat. Disgust crawls into your consciousness. You exit the tent. Your horse is looking around nervously. Your bags are where you left them. You see an open gate. Go outside and see what's happening? Both soldiers are standing near a humble pyre. The man in the shirt looks at it contemplatively. Tulia is the first one to address you. Bax, she greets you with a nod. We used the horse's manure for the flames, so don't worry about cleaning it up. You see a corpse among the flames. It's impossible to tell if it belongs to a male or a female, but it was an adult. The burning process won't be over for a couple more hours. A traveler or an undead? The latter, a young one. She lacked the pneuma to understand that she couldn't get inside the camp without climbing. I stabbed her with a spear from a safe distance. She shifts her weight. One more fog and she'd be a real threat. Even now, it took a couple of hits to knock her down. Sooner or later, every human shell wakes up, gaining more strength to eat. With each soul it devours, and each moment it spends in the fogs. Burning the dead is not just a religious practice, it's a necessity. Soldiers, priests, village mayors, even road wardens. Making a large pyre takes a lot of time, but it saves lives. Tulia calls this undead a she. Most uniters hesitate to do so. Time for me to leave. It is literally like a zombie apocalypse, absolutely. Running away from the reek, huh? I don't blame you. She walks with you for a few steps. Find us here if you need us, or if you need to learn what happened to Asterion. There's enough ground here for you to get rest. Safe travels. Those words make you stop, an old farewell mocked in a number of songs and tales, but yet you hear no scorn in Tulia's voice. You wonder how many acts of kindness like this one you're going to experience in the days to follow. He returns to the pyre. I prepare myself for the journey. You somehow miss the fact that your mount is already saddled and warmed up. You double-check the equipment, but you don't need to fix anything. The soldiers were diligent. Normally preparing any palfrey for the long journey takes a lot of time. I can use the travel button to see the map move to an area. You put on your gambeson and make sure that your axe is tightly attached to your belt, then get in the saddle. The palfrey knickers, ready to leave. It's time for you to get to the crossroads north from here. And I ride north. Travel. Oh, okay. Travel north. Even at a later hour, you wouldn't expect to meet any travelers in the valley. The warm summer breeze lures your mount forward, but the serene chirping of birds is quickly replaced by the distracting screeches and gurgles coming from further down the path. You soon find the pack of four-legged griffins. They're larger than foxes and merge the features of birds and furred beasts. Each one is of a different size, coat, and color, and their temperament are just as varied. Their fronts are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker fur. Their wings are massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. About 24 beasts are yelling, brawling, and chasing each other around, blocking your path. Consider options. You can't enter the forest blindly. If these other creatures were to chase after you, the thicket would be disastrous for your horse. There are reasons why travelers stay so close to the main road as possible, and why adventurers move in groups. Usually the safest approach would be to stay where you are and wait for the pack to get hungry. It may, however, take a couple of hours. You're thinking about your conversation with Tulia. You've got a lot to do, and time may be of the essence. If you have any vitality points, you can use the warrior's training to access unique interactions. Use a violence or direct threat. Oh. Take my axe and hurry the horse. If we ride fast enough, we should be fine. I should stay here, better safe than sorry. And this involves random chance. Interesting. Grab my crossbow, a light hit should be enough to make them scatter. That seems like smart. Crossbows are an easy weapon to use and you've got plenty of them to aim. The creature falls on its side and screams. You can learn more about your abilities in the character sheet. alerting its companions. Confused, they look around, and after a while, they run away. One of them is limping with your quarrel in its thigh. Oof, well, I lost one of those quarrels then. But I saved from having to actually fight them. A new adventure. Ooh, got a little achievement there. Reach the first crossroad. The road splits. According to what the soldiers have told you, you may find a safe inn by turning left. The forest to the right is lush and the trail overgrown. Kids used to sing this song. How did it go? The harshest pathway leads to the dragon's lair. Those who search for treasure, do you truly dare? The signpost in front of you doesn't make your situation much clearer. It was put here by someone who can't write, for folks who can't read. Covered in old red paint, it points to the east. Blood there, as people say. Danger to be found. There's no soul to ask for guidance. I look at my horse. You got anything? Got anything here? Sodal. Sodal. It's an interesting name for a horse. How about Soda Pop? I kind of like that more. Soda Pop is peaceful as you stroke its mane. Maybe it can't help you choose a path, but you've spent many years together. Happy to go on, it takes a couple of steps forward. You spot a few berry shrubs and wild cabbages, but they still need at least 2 weeks to gain maturity. Okay. Time to take a turn. Travel. Okay, here's the first fork in the path. Should I take the harder route or the easier route? The deep forest in the east and the western wetlands. The road to Hovland. Go to the inn first? I don't know where the inn is, though. So to the east is danger. Let's go west. Sodapot trots with ease, unbothered by the few branches covering the beaten road. The bird songs and distant howls draw your attention to the forest, which gets sparser and brighter. You spot boars, roe deer, and saurians. The sight of nearby wolf packs worries you, but once you push your hips forward with your palfrey and enter the canter, the beasts don't even begin a pursuit. The speed alone will protect you from many dangers. You notice a stone tower taller than the trees. It must be the inn I heard about. Alright, looks like we found the inn. Inns like this one fit the regions traveled by merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. The stone and lumber must have been transported from far away, and the workers, guarded by expensive mercenaries, surely lived for many seasons in a primitive hamlet, subsisting on salted supplies. There are seemingly no cracks in the wall, and the building was whitewashed only a few years back. The road is wide and beaten. Dozens of souls could hide, if not in the buildings, then at least in the yard. The expenses and labor put into the fortress were worth the many trading ships. 3 armed people are on the ramparts, though you only see what's above their waistline. They're leaning on the parapet, right next to the gate, and you think that you notice a glimpse of a smile. They were Gamblesons. Each one of them died differently, yellow, green, and linen gray. I approach the gate. A woman in yellow armor leans forward. She has long, curly, disorderly red hair, pointing in every possible direction. This combination of colors doesn't work at all. In the woods, one would have to shout to draw this much attention. There's still a fair distance between the two of you, but she speaks loudly. I haven't seen a horse for years now. I just said that it's weird to see a large jackass, huh? Her voice is young and strong with an accent that reminds you of the villages spread around Hovlaven, But no jackass would wear a saddle, I'd say. She exchanges a few words with the male guard wearing green, leaving you time to move closer. Well, this one here says there really are donkey saddles. Say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse? I think I'll be playful with this person. How about you give it a try? Or I laugh. You wouldn't believe it, the lessons were a pain. It's easy to learn the basics, but it's tiring. You train different muscles for those in combat. Or... It's nice in, isn't it? Open the gate. Quite hard, honestly. Some people still rough on me. I like the friendly one. How about you give it a try? Yeah, seriously? Just a moment. He disappears behind the wall, and soon after that, the gate is opened. While you dismount, next to the wood-splitting spot, a couple of people surround you, pointing at your mount and commenting on its appearance, though they step away whenever Soda Pop makes a rapid movement. The guard in yellow armor is the only one who steps forward. She raises her hands as if to pet your palfrey, but doesn't touch it. It looked much smaller from above, she whispers loudly. How do I even get up there? Not easy when you lack confidence. Better use a stool, or I can help you. She touches the animal, which pays no attention to her presence. Now I'm really scared, she contradicts her words with a gentle smile and shining eyes. Maybe I should wear something lighter? You nod and engage in a bit of chit-chat while the entire group discussing what it takes to take care of a horse. Finally, the red-haired woman leads you under the roof, where a palfrey can rest, tethered with a cord to a wooden post near some old hay. Once you're ready, go inside, speak with our boss. Maybe you're hungry? The other guards return to various chores. They peek at your mount every now and then as they're splitting firewood, cleaning their chores, weeding the garden patches, and moving chairs. Two of them are making a rope. You head toward the inn, hearing the piercing scream of a boar from the other side of the yard. I open the door. The locked windows make the air stuffy, and the weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. A muscular man is sweeping the floor near the stairs, but after he glances at you, he leans the broom against the wall and heads behind the counter. If you're at an inn in the morning, you can spend the entire day resting. Okay. You're lucky to have shown up. His voice is deep and soft, with a city-like accent. He observes you with keen attention, yet avoids your eyes. I've got a keg of decent ale. Wormwood, bog myrtle, juniper berries, cax foot. He fills a jug carefully and puts it on the countertop. It's going to spoil soon, today maybe. We don't drink a lot here, before they even. I hate to see the good stuff go to waste. His skin is dark, almost purple, rare even among the southern tribes, and his hair is naturally bluish. His clothes are quite fancy for a manual laborer. The elegant tunic wouldn't stand out in a city square. I stand at the counter. Planks let out a creak after every step you make. You slow down a bit. You could swear that the innkeeper made little to no noise. Here you go. He pushes the mug forward. But just so you know, Pilts at the north doesn't belong to Havlaven. You can't sleep on the floor. You can sleep on the floor if you wish so, but if you want a better meal, you have to pay. We have some left over from dinner, but I need to check. Thanks for the drink. I see how you know how to make friends with the road warden. Happy to help as a road warden. I'm more than capable of taking care of the entire cask. No, I don't need that. Nah, I'm not here to pay. Ah, that's mean. They said not to be funny with this guy. That doesn't seem good. I'll just say friendly. Thanks for the drink. I see you know how to make friends with the road warden. Meeks your eyes with a puzzled look, then grabs a wet cloth and starts to wipe down the shelves. From time to time, your conversation is interrupted by splashes of dirty water in a wooden bucket. Well, nothing is truly free. I have worked for the soul of the road, but I don't need a new mouth to babble. He speaks slowly yet audibly. I value my time, you should value yours. I drink the ale. The dark room and wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a chestnut. The lee in the spring hits your nose, and the first sip is even too complex, too flowery. While the brewer has used fancy ingredients, the exotic licorice runs the aftertaste. Now you know why there's so much left. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. The innkeeper nods. I was hoping to see someone willing to patrol the roads. Maybe you'll help me with the worrying thought I have. Which is? There are brigands in the woods. Our place is a stronghold, so I'm not afraid of open strife, but they've gotten more active in the last 2 years. One day they may steal our furs, and I've no doubt they're the reason why merchants come here only once. Having bandits gets expensive. He rubs his hands together, camouflaging his paws. I want you to reach Hunter's Dell, northwest of here. It's the largest settlement around. I'm sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask Thace, the mayor, about Glossia and that bloodthirsty wolf of a woman. I've heard rumors about a raid in the north. If Glossia is ready to break the truce with the locals, I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her band. He looks at a nearby dragon bone. Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have a chance. A couple more days won't make much of a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the new news. Fine? Oh yeah, go ahead. BRB. I might actually go to the bathroom here in a sec. But yeah, let's accept. 3. Ooh. I guess I'll just take 2 then. I could eat something. You have any leftovers? Yes, I feed them to the boar. Won't give them away for nothing. He tells you to wait, then leaves the building for a few moments, and then returns with a wooden bucket and a long stick ending with a hook. Go through the gate on the left. You'll see a bunch of bushes. We need some berries. Bring me a bucket full. You'll be done in half an hour or so. The horse could use a nap anyway, and I'll prepare something to fill you. The hook is not made of metal or wood. It's a long, curved claw, almost black. Half an hour? That's quite a lot of berry picking. The tools are cold, not too heavy. You notice a pair of thick gloves at the bottom of a bucket. Ah, the berries are not a problem, the innkeeper smirks. Unlike the snakes, better scare them away with a stick or move them with a hook. And protect your hands. The little ones won't eat you, but don't get bitten. I'm sure you know how to be patient. I have other questions. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous road warden. Are you now? He goes to the table and invites you to sit down with him. I don't think I'm going to be of much help. He rests his elbow on the tabletop and grunts quietly to clear his throat. But I want you to find him. So, when asked about his intentions, he measures his words. Asterion and I made a risky deal. Well, a very promising one. Last time he was here, he took 50 coins, my half of the investment. He knocks the table with a fist, anxiously. You get my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy. I'll make sure you won't be disappointed after bringing me the news. Could it be that Asterion stole the coins and ran away? Oh, thank you for lurking, Kylar. I appreciate you. He looks at the window and starts to play with a shutter. I think Asterion ain't that kind of soul that would do such a thing. For him, it wasn't much of a fortune, and I'd risk saying he earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a road warden to make connections. He's always had places to go, things to take care of. He rubs the table with his thumb as if trying to clean an invisible stain. I've asked for travelers. I've sent a couple of my pals to find him. No real news. I know he stayed in the White Marshes for a day and was meant to do something for the people there. The village to the northwest. Just stay on the main road until you reach the bogs, then enter them. You may get there before dusk. So, let me know once you find anything, and we may yet return this whole investment thing. What else can you tell me about this peninsula? What can anyone say? This place doesn't even have a name, unless there's an old book in an archive that no soul knows about. You know what? I'd call everything from here to the coast the hunting ground. He glances at your eyes. But it is not us who hunt. Keep that in heart. It beats in all shapes and forms. His words gain confidence slowly, which is strengthened by his deep voice. I've lived in this inn for over 10 years now, and I've only seen a couple of roads, a couple of places. It's just, once you get here, you see how harsh it is to hit the road. You only have more reasons to stay at the warm stove behind a wall, even if it's suffocating. He looks toward the windows. I'm I'm sure you've heard a lot already, that the people don't build hamlets anymore. There are no more ibexes from the south, and the traders can stay only for a few days. All of our iron is used for cauldrons, not swords or tools. What will I find traveling west? Well, there are hills nearby, then you'll find a village, maybe an hour away from here. It was destroyed by beasts about a decade ago. Nothing to see there. The goblins live there now, so most people just travel around it. And they say it's haunted, but who knows? Who cares? He crosses his arms and starts to sway back and forth, gathering his thoughts. You'll get to a large tree on the edge of the swamp. For the locals, it's sacred. You're not used to hearing someone mentioning the pagans as if there's nothing unusual about them. There's a small path to the south which leads to an old mine in the mountains. Nothing to find there, but keep riding north and you'll find Howler's Dell, set in a clean brook. Farmers live there, and mufflins and druids. They'll let you stay for a night, but they're not cheap. If anyone thinks my prices are bad, it means they ain't ever been to the Ape Ale Inn yet. Let's add a gentle smile. Nod. I only know a bit about the next settlement, Old Pagos. The soil there isn't too fertile, and they won't work in their quarry and help other settlements and build things in exchange for their crops. There's so much, like, world building here, dude. I kind of love it. I feel like this is not going to be one that I continue on stream. I feel like I might just get, like, really into this on my own, though. This is dope as fuck. There's like so much going on here, like so much to explore. I'm gonna take a dab real quick, honestly. Get water real quick too, actually. It's not an ad. You know what? Let's just go be right back real quick. Let's just do a quick be right back. I'm feeling that. So, I'll be right back, folks. See you in just a minute. Alright. you're back too. What's up? Here, let me back to the game then. You haven't missed too much. I've just been chatting up the inn owner here. One of the things that's just been striking me a lot about this game is like how dense it is with lore and like things to do and read about and like immerse yourself in. It's really cool. Like there's just so many different directions it seems like I could go in from here. It's very open-ended. The third settlement is the White Marshes, set at the bogs. Griffin's Lair doesn't sound very nice. Three villages. Howler is the one near the monastery. It's called, and then the marshes. Don't let their beds and palisades fool you. Weird people live there. Don't tell them more than you need to. You wonder if it's something he would tell other travelers as well. What about the eastern roads? Are those rough? Pretty much. Don't leave the main road, I'd say. Not so far from here, you'll find an old dolmen. A few people had to spend the night there, and monkeys stole food and gods from their bags. It was their fault. One of them had fallen asleep in the middle of their watch, but you know, the eastern forests are wild, the roads are rough, almost no souls live there. One day, all of those roads will be swallowed by the trees again. The furthest my team has ever gone was the home of the Enchantress. Just stay on the track until you reach the crossroads, right near an abandoned watchtower. From there, turn east. You'll recognize the place. It's a nice home with a lovely meadow, surrounded by a wall. He looks at the closed window, then at you again. Kind of like our walls, but simpler, without coating. She lives as a hermit, Eudocia. Don't even know how she survives there. But if you don't have decent coin, you won't find much there. So back to the crossroads. If you turn left instead, you'll see a road. People stay away from it. It connects to the tower and a monastery, a shortcut between the two sides of the peninsula. Excuse me, I was warned by the locals not to use it. That already belongs to the beasts. What about the northern coast? I only know about another inn. It's far from here, maybe a day on foot, a bit less from the eastern side. His eyes once again focus on the floor. I've never been there, but I've heard it's a safe place, close to villages of fishers and hunters, though I don't know much about them. That's all I need. Didn't expect to find any of this size in a place such as this. Ah, so you know a thing or two after all. His mocking tone is soon replaced by a gentle smile. It was built long before we arrived. Didn't work out well for the previous owners. Once the war ended, they left. Not enough travelers, bad trade, and the villages stick to themselves. But we, however, came prepared, and now we're prospering. When you ask him how they can afford all the supplies, he runs his fingers through his hair. I'm not against running an inn, but we don't rely on guests. We're the ones doing all the trading. My hunters are a clever bunch and stay safe in the forest. In exchange for furs, claws, and bones, we get what we need and more, both the south and the north. He relaxes in his chair. We have a good life here. We spent a whole lot on armor, crossbows, lumber, spears. But in another 10, maybe 20 years, we'll have enough savings to move to Havlavin and not work another day in our lives. We take risks, but smartly. The team is stronger than ever, and I have big plans for us. Huh. Is there a good story behind the inn's name? I mean, there's a story, but not a good one. He clears his throat. For years, I wanted to have an inn called Pelt, but in the city, it would have been in bad taste. Taverns and inns named with a single word were cheap, had a nasty reputation. There was the Claw, Mugger, Basilisk, and Blissful, I think. The good places used up at least 2 words. Empty Barrel, a rose into helmet, Empress's Smile. Pighead was the exception. It was a real dive. He chuckles. In my soul, it's still just a pelt. Pelts are what we came here for, and it's what will help us to reach our goals. It's surprising to find a purple-skinned man so far to the north. That's a little bit odd to say, but sure, I'm curious. I ain't seen a soul looking like this since my ma died, he shrugs. Not a fascinating tale. Let's just say I wasn't part of the invasion. Yet, I'm glad it freed all of those who were chained in the cities and their corsairs. He looks at the wall. I'm Layson, by the way, but I rarely hear that name. Or Eason? I don't know what that sound was. About Glaucia's band. He freezes, observing your hands silently. He wants me to get an answer from the mayor of Hallardell. I'm on it. Any rumors worth sharing? Crosses his arms. I like to talk to people who ain't nearby. Show me first that you're someone worth changing a habit for. Fair enough. What do you have for sale? I can go and pick up things for you. Some food for your travels to start with. Apples, nuts, sausage. Not too many at once. We need to maintain our supplies. Got an elk fur I don't need. Its buyer was caught by a pack of red wolves. Nice for a sleeping spot. Just as nice for a wall. An almost untouched bowl of soap. Priceless for a traveler. Can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Made of fine oak ash. Strong, though you should have some better supplies before you start your own bathhouse. After you mention you'd like something more useful on these roads, he looks down. I don't have any blades or armor to spare, but if you pay well, you can take one of our crossbows and a bunch of quarrels. A yew bow, wool cords, and the trigger needs just a little bit of oil. It's as good as you can get without soaking it in magic. Excuse me. Takes a bit of muscle to draw, but even a 16-year-old can handle it. I won't sell it cheap, but I'm ready to give a discount for a helpful ally. Well, let's see what you have first, then, huh? I do like the idea of getting quarrels. How much money do I even have? I have 5. A set of 5 arrows for a crossbow would be nice. And the box of soap, honestly. An oak-based balm that burns skin on longer contact. Refilling meats that won't spoil anytime soon. I feel like it would be worth buying every single one of these things. Well, I guess that's all I need. I guess I'll go outside. Do you have anything you'd like to buy from me? Different traders are interested in different goods. They will purchase only some of the things you have to sell. The innkeeper shakes his head. I don't need any of those, nor could I sell them to anyone. Rather make coins than waste items, so bring me something of value. Pack my things. I guess I'll see you. Step outside. Soda Pop is enjoying some old hay. You hear the sound of work coming from the armorer's workshop. I approach the armor. You walk past the well and find a small open shed, not unlike the stable, but with a humble set of tables, carving tools, hammers, sharpening stones, pincers, knives, and other tools. As long as something can be solved by brute force, this place will find a way to do so. There are 2 people sitting on a long bench. The first one is a male with maybe inch-long hair, a cleanly shaven face, a thin, long yellow tunic, bare legs, and sandals. He ignores your presence, sewing a gambeson with some great sewing a gambeson with great concentration. I hear that's how I say it too. Gambeson. Gambeson? Never heard of it before. The second person is a boy, maybe 15, who's wearing the crude outfit of a farmer. He glances at you, but soon returns to sharpening a long dagger. Greetings. The old man raises his head. It's the boy who speaks, focused on his task. He ain't talking. Tell him what you need. The man smiles in confirmation, looks at the piece of garment in his hands, and looks around, shrugs, and returns to you with a raised eyebrow. Could you patch my clothes if they were torn? Shakes his head, points at the uneven seams on his own tunic, then grabs a crude bow needle and shows you its broken head. He wouldn't even if he had the tools, says the boy, but you can try in Howler's Den, and Howler's Dell, or Gale Rocks. Look at the youngster. Learning the trade? Kind of, he answers reluctantly. But his teacher pats his knee, giving him a harsh look. The kid clears his throat. Yes, but we both ain't masters. You see, there's not a soul to teach us, so once I'm ready, I'll try hunting instead. Fixing things for others is boring. The man grunts a sound, though you don't understand it. Seeing your face, the boy chuckles. He said safe. Let's meet in the middle. Boring, but safe. Man nods. I appreciate you, Fubar. Thanks for sticking around out there. Hopefully you've been enjoying the vibe of this stream. Maybe not right now, but I may be in need of your services. By the way, Fubar, next week I might be doing a D&D thing starting at like 5. I don't know how long that's going to go for. I might do Paper Mario after that, but just know that I'm probably going to at least start with the D&D thing. And I don't know exactly how long it'll be going for. And I don't know for sure if I'm even going to stream it. I'm still figuring that out, but... Or I think I'm going to stream the D&D once it starts, but it's like campaign 0 mission. We're starting it on Sunday because it's like the day that everybody has free. We're making our characters and stuff. After a few minutes, he gives it back. Okay. You follow his command and allow him to properly inspect your canvas. And a few minutes, he gives it back, then reaches for his pouch. He pulls out one dragon bone, shrugs, and then another one, and then waves both of them in the air, pursing his lips. Makes a few speech-like noises with his empty mouth, groaning what sounds like, I don't know. I consider his offer. Your jacket is as good as this armor can make it. Yeah, I can't really do anything here. Did it use some adjustments? He nods enthusiastically, but then apologetically points behind him a small set of basic tools. He ain't that experienced as his assistant. We do this and that, but only the simplest things. Well then, let's check the guards. The woman in yellow armor is kneeling next to a brown hairy boar which is resting on its side. The beast is not as large as the dark ones from the forest. It responds to the touch of the human's hand and brush with grateful grunting and rapid twitches of a hind hoof. No matter how friendly it appears, it is still tethered to the well, and you have no doubts that its charge would leave Soda Pop dead in a breath. When the woman notices you, she steps forward to the boar's disappointment. So, the new road warden. He points at a window with the chin, forestalling the question. We don't need anything right now, but when we travel with our furs, we can use some assistance. She may be around 30, but her warm voice and bright smile are camouflaging the touch of time on her unpowdered face. Like many red-haired people with freckles, her skin is unhealthfully pale. The boar runs up to her, observing your boots and fruitlessly sniffing for food underneath the beaten ground. She pats it back, but maintains her focus. How about a game or two? We have a bit of time, and we can talk about this or that, maybe get a couple of coins or lose one, she winks. You could play dice or throw axes at a target. Ooh. Axe throwing. Let's see what you got. Your arrival, and especially the bone that you pull out, are cheerfully welcomed. I only have that one dragon bone left. The guards prepare a couple of wooden planks, which are leaned against the wall. Quick save. There is also spectators, and you notice that the other hunters are either sleeping or have duty on the tower. Remember, no magic, says one of the players. His face is deadly serious. There's going to be 4 participants in 8 rounds. You aim at the target drawn with charcoal. The person whose axe lands the closest to the center of the circle gets a point. Axes that fail to stay in the plank don't count. The person who has the most points at the end of the last turn becomes the winner. I blend in with the group. You talk a lot, but don't say much. You share casual jokes, memories, and views on luck and optimal strategies. Soda Pop and Tulia's camp are also brought up, but when you ask about the roads or the locals, their stories are vague. The drinks are here. It's poor beer made from the leftovers after the regular brewing. It's cold, sweet, and doesn't reach your head, but you try to avoid the smell. Just don't spill anything. The boar may get sick, says the opponent with one arm. As a guest, you start with the first throw. Your axe flies well, hitting the very middle of the painted target and piercing the plank with a pleasant thud, which makes it really difficult for the other players to outperform you. A minute later, you've won the first round, but you can't expect to be that lucky every time. Nice. I've trained in axe throwing for years. I've got this. After getting your 4th point, the other players nod with respect. Quite a score! You hear from the guard in yellow armor as she hands you your dragon bones. The other participants carry away the remaining planks. Nice! I got more money! I have 4 money now. That's excellent. Have you ever been at the heart of the woods? You sometimes hunt from there. There are good hunting grounds in the western half. The second one is too overgrown. Maybe the soil is different? She shrugs, then moves the hair away from her forehead. It's a risky spot. There are tree ants there, wolves, and furless ones. And if you have to go through tall grasses, watch out for what's on the ground. There are many archers in the trees. There ain't many archers in the trees. She smiles as if it's a joke, but there are too many worms. Even larger than a water leech. Ugh. Tell me about yourself. Oh, what was that? After a brief giggle, her voice could get cold and serious. Nah, Road Warden. We use names and stories among friends. You ain't one. Don't make me tempt curses. The innkeeper asked me to forage for berries. Oh, don't worry about it. Usually we forage by ourselves, but we wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jobs to people all the time, just to see who agrees to do them. Wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. You've agreed, just be sure to get those berries today. And don't try to take his tools away, he hates thieves. Alright, well I have some questions. There are many beasts around here, wild game and dangerous monsters. We spend time surrounded by these walls, leaving only time to hunt, forage, or trade. Unusual tower, I'd expect it to be closer to the gate and shorter. Like in Hovloven? Fair, but it ain't here to protect the gate. The stronghold was built long before we moved in, and not to fight off humans. This tower was built to be used by those who observe the deep forest. We look out for fires, dragons, and any winged creatures that are looking to roost on the roof. Badly. Or Baldy, she nods toward a man who is indeed completely bald, has a great eye and sees even well in the dark. Any interesting creatures? Ha! Here? Everything lives here. She flips her hair. I swear, we saw a few dragons, a unicorn family, a battle between trolls and goblins, faced 2 beastmen and a gargoyle, and a hunting queen that shouts all the time. I could tell you about all of them, but I won't. She winks and pats the boar on its head. You know, hunters have their secrets. The group seems to be quite attached to that boar. How could you not be? She crouches and raises the boar's head, but it steps away and squeals as if someone's murdering it. It came with us from the city, just in case. We have no clue how our first winter would go, so we needed some backup meat. And it works, too. Cleans the dirt. It reaches out to the beast again, but it trots away. The woman straightens up with a pleased sigh. We haven't needed to eat it so far, but it's also funny. I learned in my home that the village boars are also getting a bit smaller and more cuddly, kind of like ibexes. It's not such of a wild, dangerous beast. We don't let it get close to the other animals, or children. What do you usually hunt for? Anything we can eat and sell. If there's a partridge, a squirrel, or a rat, we don't complain. But when we move as a group, we look for something larger. Deers and aurochs are delicious. We don't always look for taste alone. There's value in bones, antlers, claws, tusks, things people use to make tools or sculptures. We use some of them to make tools and spears. You can never have enough spears. She pauses and looks at a strand of her hair, then suddenly speaks up again. We look for furs, of course. Well, what can I find north of here? I'm sorry, we don't really go to those regions. We stay close to home, only sometimes move south or the west to Howler's Dell. But only to trade. They're fine with buying more coast than they need, but since they need to take wares off to the coast. Takes a long breath, twirling her hair and gathering her thoughts. You know what? I've never even seen a beach. And I've been living here for how many? More than 10 years now? She giggles. The only part of the sea I've seen was from old Pagos, which was placed on a hill. I've never put a toe in salt water. He looks toward another huntress who confirms that her experience is the same. But old Pagos is a good place. As long as you don't mock their order and act nice, they'll be very kind. Boss says they're too serious for him to stand them, but at least they don't bite without a reason. You ever heard of anything about necromancers? Something new. My voice lowers to a whisper. I've never been to the White Marches, but over the years I've seen people moving away from there, south. They told us that the place has changed too much. A priest died, I think? The new one awakens the dead. Sorry, Road Warden, that's all I know. She's hiding something. She sounds convincing. Thanks. Know anything about wild creatures? I told you our knowledge is valuable. I don't know. She looks at the boar, which seems to be obsessed with a clump of grass growing next to the wall. 15 dragons, no less. Is there any discount for friends? Well, it's depending on the friend. She gives a radiant smile. Let's say 14. If it's too much for you, maybe ask me after you spend some time around. Show us what you're capable of. Or play dice with us when you have an hour to spare. These folks here. She starts to whisper and point with her thumb at the guard behind. They crave gossip. You went from a game where we were complaining about all the people wanting to talk to us to a game where all you do is talk to people. You're very true about that. I enjoy talking to people and exploring, but when it's really hard to do that because you don't understand the language, it's a little different. Anyway, I walk away. I go to the well. The recently renovated the wooden roof covers of the well with rain and birds. One of the guards is enjoying the cold drink he drew with a bucket and tells you to use only as much water as necessary. The oak ash soap you own can help you get a cleaner. Like, if I could read Japanese as quickly as I read this, God, that would be nice, huh? I wash my shell, maybe? That's the eventual goal, yeah. I step away. I don't need to use that yet. Let's just go pick some berries. The innkeeper knew what he was talking about. You put on the gloves and look through the bush to find from a safe distance. It doesn't take long before you notice the first serpent lying in a rock somewhere in the thicket. The creatures are not that large, and even some of them hiss at you or slither closer. Their jabs off the hook keep them at a distance. You don't know much about these berries. They're round and reddish. You wouldn't trust such a color if you were looking for food in the wilderness. The plants don't have thorns, but the leaves are harsh. You make sure to thoroughly cover your skin with the clothes. You'll have to look through many bushes to fill the bucket. The presence of insects and snakes doesn't allow you to relax. You were learning in English, you struggled over games like Paper Mario on the N64. Absolutely, same here. Same here. I remember trying to play like Final Fantasy and just being like completely lost. Gather the berries and go back to the inn. You return to the courtyard. 2 of the guards are participating in a friendly skirmish. Their wrestling is accompanied by a crowd. I enter the inn. So, you again. Need anything? Put the fruit on the counter. Great. He peeks inside the bucket. I've got cabbage stew with a few goose chunks for you. I'd serve it even to merchants if there were any around. The meal is warm and filling. It's well seasoned and not overcooked. And like I said, I rarely have food to spare, but feel free to ask if you ever stop by. You may be lucky, and I've been cooking my whole life. Thanks. And how did that old hook of mine work out for you? I see you still got your hands. I'd like to buy it from you. He narrows his eyes. Can't you make one yourself? Let's just name your price. If you say so. I want 2 coins for it, though. It's a damn fine tool. Sure. I already bought that. I think that now is probably a good time to get out of here. Remember that the guard from Ocarina of Time who says, "Oh, I get it, you're a kid who can't read." Well, guess what? I was when you first encountered that. A kid who can't read. That's funny. I think that we're doing good on nourishment and vitality. At this point, we should probably... My face is dirty, huh? Maybe I should clean myself real quick. Splashing yourself with cold water from a bucket won't take away your smell, but it's enough to remove the tallow and sweat from your skin and mud stains from your clothes. Alright. That's something. Do I still have that soap? I have a berry picking hook now. The travel set. Oh yeah, it has an ash oak, the soap with it now. And then don't they have a proper bath? I don't think so. I also am I haven't asked for a room yet. I don't know how to request a room, honestly. Well, let's just get out of here. I think we should keep going this way. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay attention not only to the shadows of the trees, but also to the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and fine ambush spots. Keep an eye out for any sign of life. Ooh, new entry, the ruined village. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps. Dozens of birds live among the collapsed roofs, their fluttering, singing, and squawking is free of worry. If you want to travel any further, you'll need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take a lot of time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of the gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a saggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Buried in the burnt building to the east, you see an oddly barren field. Look at the gate. The palisade is in good shape, and the entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. The amount of used force must have been huge, but you expect that it would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see any marks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such planks, and after so many years you see no paw prints. A mage? Couldn't really tell. You approach the building near the field. The broken logs and planks are charred, while the wooden walls are rotten and covering in moss. You see no ashes or dust, proving that the fire happened long ago. The smell is awful, and there are no reasons to stay here for long. You see no furniture, just some broken shelves. It was just a storage room. The valuable odds and ends were already taken by the scavengers. I move forward. Let's explore the southwest part of the village. The buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. It could belong to a dragonling, a large wolf, or larger than the gray ones, or even a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess. Oh, hey kitty, just chilling on my bed. Yet no beast remains in sight. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use. A basket-like fish trap made out of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it wouldn't be able to swim out on its own. Quite large, but I can fit it on my saddle. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Where do you want to go? Go to the main square. Southeast. Find a small backyard. The ground is beaten. The grass grows only right next to the buildings. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. Stakes of the palisade are covered with playful carvings left by children who are portraying monsters, weapons, and humans. Rubble has been pushed into the corners of the houses. The furniture is broken, but you find something of use in the piles. A slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a quarrel for a crossbow and it's still usable. Nice. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan. Why does my stomach hurt so much? Let's head to the main square. In every village, the main square is the fanciest area meant to charm the travelers. Yet this is way more than you expected. The houses are as big as in Havlaven, and the paved ground took a lot of work and materials. The walls, now charred and riddled with holes, are made of an expensive coated wattle. The tiles for the roofs are also to be brought here from a different settlement. You peek inside the 3 smaller buildings, the rotting remains of their former splendor. The birds living inside dozens of nests respond to your arrival with quite a commotion. You don't find even a single dragon bone, nor a tool or a piece of furniture left unbroken or unrotten. You're surrounded by bad smells, dirt, animal droppings, and garbage. The well also stinks. It has no bucket, but you'd be afraid to use it anyway. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, or how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. Suddenly, you hear some sounds coming from the largest building. You stop and touch your aching stomach. I should check it out. I prepare my axe. You step cautiously toward the scent of urine and sweat. The flickering candlelight shows you broken furniture, yet no signs of burnt wood. Consider pulling the other door when a masculine voice proves that your presence is not unnoticed. I didn't want to come to this, but stay where you are. Whatever you put aside, be it a shoe or your hand or your damn thinker, you'll get a both. Oh, shit. Relax, stranger. I'm a road warden. So I kind of need my thinker. Will the boot be enough? New road warden, let's talk. Or are you really going to let everything be a single shot? Don't miss, or I'll get angry. Ooh. Relax, stranger. I'm a road warden. And you choose this place to visit. From all that there are, even outlaws don't come here. He pauses, then goes on before you respond. It may be you're telling the truth, so let's say this. My little ballista here is all pulled and ready, but you won't do anything stupid, right? No running, no jumping around. Show your hands. The man's voice lacks confidence, and his accent is tricky for you. He could be from the distant south, but as long as you don't speak too quickly, you understand one another. You don't hear any other movements, breathing, voices. You lean your axe against the door frame and make sure that your knife is well hidden. I walk inside. The dense smell of urine hits you full force, while the tools and utensils are hard to distinguish from the rubbish. The route to the upper floor is blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rustling iron and steel on the ground, detached from now destroyed barrels. The scavenger is sitting on a blanket in front of the tent, pointing at the floor with his loaded crossbow. Not a short man, though a bit skinny. He's tanned, dark-haired, and has seen his fair share of struggles. There are long claw scars on his left cheek, and another that would divide his eyebrow in half if it hadn't been consumed by a fire, just like the rest of his forehead. His clothes are untainted by vanity. He's barefoot in a dirty linen shirt with rolled-up sleeves and simple pants that use a cord for a belt. His long beard and hair are untrimmed and tangled. I sit in the stairs with raised hands. I'm not a threat. You wipe the dust off the steps, but not before you sit down. You hear the man's annoyed voice. Don't get too homey. The only place here that's not just ashes and debris, and I'm not sharing it. You better ride ahead. I'm already piled up whatever hasn't rotten. The candle lights are dancing on the burnt face and arms. He moves his crossbow just enough to make sure he won't shoot you by accident. Saw your horse. Maybe you could help me, huh? What are you looking for in this place? You sound like you're from the north. There's a lot of options here. Looking for another road warden, a man known as Asterion. I had never met him, but I surely never heard this name many times. Never met him, but I've heard his name many times. He vanished long before I got to the coast. At first, people were asking about him. Now they think he's dead. Listen, he scratches his thighs nervously. I'm hungry, so damn hungry. Can't hunt or fish with all the ape men around. Can you share anything, Roadster? Maybe a drifter. But I wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. Cereals and crackers. Prunes, a sausage, and some nuts should be enough for tomorrow. I don't know. The prunes and nuts are really nice. You can have cereals and crackers. He lets out a relieved breath. Hey, you may even boil it. After a moment of hesitation, he grabs a cracker. Without you, I wouldn't have to run after birds with my ballista, but I need to save the bolts for the ape men. And because of those stinkers, I can't roast here, and the raw meat makes me want to puke. Thank you. After a few solid bites, he puts your gifts in 2 wooden bowls. Now, Roadster, he says with a full mouth, if you have questions, ask. I'll say a lot to make you get me out of here. I should ask him what he wants. Where do you want me to travel to now, and what will you give me for my help? Let me explain first, eh? I was in Howler's Dell, the closest village to the east and north, and people there are nice, you know. Not like in old Pagos, they're all boring and grimmer than a crow. But they cry for coin and everything, and damn good coin. I left and wanted to look around the ruins, see if anything left, then move on to Pelt, and hire the hunters to help me there. No luck. Bunch of griffs jumped on my back bird. I just bought it. He spits on the floor, fast and nimble, but not brave enough to listen for me when all that screeching and scratching started. So I ran away with my bags. A few fell on the ground and I pulled them here. But you see how it is. I won't travel around with a tent on my back. He taps the crossbow with his fingers. I need maybe a day more. Hey, just a day, and I'll have the iron scrapped from all the barrels so I can move forward. But I can't take all my stuff alone. Without me, around the 8 men are going to break in and steal all my shit. I need to stay here, but since you have a horse, come back tomorrow and help me return to Howler's Dell. How about it? I just need to know the road is safe, as safe as it can be, I mean. What would you want me to do? I need you to make sure there's no danger hiding on the road from here to Howler's. Or rather, I know there is some danger, but as long as you can get there safely in return, I know we can handle some roaming monsters. He theatrically rubs his hands together. Ballistas hit more than bee skulls than I have fingers, and I never lost a finger, Roadster. Only the toes. Maybe to prove it, he starts to count his fingers. So, see if the road there is clear. Then come down tomorrow, we'll pack my stuff on your horse and move out. But don't come when it's close to evening. We're going to need 3 hours on our feet, and I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to an 8-man tribe is safer, he chuckles. And don't make me wait for too long. I can't wait for a couple of days. If I find some food, but you don't get back, I'll have to risk it, no matter what. Why Howler's Dell? If you want to go south, we should travel to Pelt north. I mean, I see your point, but I've never been there. Can they afford my iron? Do they have the means to pay for it? I need coins to find a handy bunch that will walk south with me. I need a new staff and bolts. I know the village. It's a nice place and even has a smithy of sorts. I had a chance to take a look. It's a large and a safe one. They seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. You can use iron to barter. Well, it's a shorter path, I guess. Fewer spots to get surrounded by corpses. If you're sure it's the best option, fine. I'll trust a roadster's judgment. I don't work for free. I have ways to pay you, don't worry. I can give you dragons, but I have to sell the iron first, so I'll need a bit of time, you see. 5 for short escort would be plenty, I'd say. But if you want, I'll throw you a secret jar of mine with a very fine mixture that scares 8 men away. Works on pebblers, too. When you ask if all the stench of urine is somehow related to this potion, he just winks and chuckles. I'd also like to learn more about the villages you visited. Seems a bit surprised. I mean, hey, sure, but I don't have connections there, you know. It's just my eyes. He starts to hum. But you know, a A longer pause. When you get to Howler's, you'll meet the mayor there, for sure. Ace, whatever you do, don't ask her where she got her coins from, eh? She's rich, stupid rich, but don't ask her how that happened. Trust me. He scratches his beard with a mournful look. The deal, I'm going to escort you. Thanks, Roadster. Just come by tomorrow. I'll make it worth your time. Tell me about yourself. Gives you a sullen glance. What for? Got no legacy to keep me alive in my tales. We tell you this and that after you take me out of here. This village makes me sick. Me too, in the guts and the thinker. It's easier with time if you're patient. Must be the air, the smell of death. Death and ape-man piss. Pats his stomach while laughing. Are you sure there's no undead? He nods. I've seen none. People say it's been less than 10 years since the herds came here, but I don't know if anyone bothered with raising the pyres. If not, the dead are all roaming the forest now. Licks his tongue with frustration. It may be that there's a walker somewhere in the debris waiting to break through like a dragon in an egg. He looks straight at you. Ah, you better not dig. Have you searched the entire village? Are there no hidden treasures left? Came to the wrong place. Time, moisture, and the damn boars devoured all the loot. I've been here for a couple of days now, and all that's left is this iron I carried here. I was planning to get back here with some hired muscle and clear the collapsed buildings, but I doubt it's worth the time and risk. What happened here? Well, I don't want to guess, but I saw many ruins. There's no treasure and skeletons here, so the place means as much as dirt. Someone was barking too loud, so the beast broke through and made them quiet again. Clicks his tongue. And that's that. Talking about nature's fury brings bad luck, don't you know? I've heard about some bandits. Have you seen any hideouts? No, I think they're in the north or the east. I stuck to the western road and no shells bothered me. Sorry, I can't help you. Well, the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of the gastric juices hits your mouth and your forehead hurt. You start to stumble. Soda Pop, worried by the sight, pokes your head with its nose. Let's walk far away from the walls. Leaning on your mount, you go outside, keeping your mouth shut. After a few minutes, your eyes get clearer. Maybe better to leave, or at least stay away from the village for the rest of the day. You stop and touch your aching stomach. Where should you go? The tracks of human footwear and many, many more ape footprints cover the path formed by the palisades breach. As far as you can tell, the fresh net footprints lead to the village. The western stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though. You'd expect them to also hunt for birds and eggs. The meadow in the west turns into the forest quickly. The grasses in the north surrounded by dozens of tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. I shouldn't enter the forest, especially not this area. It's unpredictable. What about the clearing in the west? Meadow is lush and colorful, so dense it's unsafe for a rider. For a couple of minutes, you lead Soda Pop with a rope, avoiding the potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have comparable size. They were most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of the herds. Such a process should be spread across a couple of seasons, and you can't be sure that was the case. In the west and the north, clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east, you see a road leading north. Leave the clearing. Go to the road leading north from the village. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east, separated by a lush meadow filled with crickets and rodents. At the gate. Push your pole, it doesn't move an inch. Someone has spread dirt and rocks both underneath it and around it, seemingly to keep the plank stuck in the ground. let's head to the river. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some black. You'd consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of grunts, they run north. The river is not too wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You would rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish, all looking for tasty leaves, but also try to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp. A rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden handles and a large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest impenetrable to the rider. I turn back. Consider washing myself in the river. The living stream filled with fish and planks won't help you much. The oak ash soap you own can help you get cleaner, but I won't get any cleaner here. I'll spend some time setting up a fish trap at the bank. You place the basket on the ground, then grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few larger worms. You bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking between the sides, then cover the entrance with the lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments. It'll be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush and push it into the stream, far enough that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it will take for something large enough to swim inside. Still, it would be better to not wait for too long, otherwise the prey may die of hunger. Inspect the southwest field. You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. There's a few clumps of grass and wheat, a place that, like this one, abandoned for years, should already have turned itself to a green leaf. A barren field? Maybe it was just overused, but you still expect the weeds to sprout. A curse? The path leading west from here ends the edge of the field, shifting into a meadow and then a forest. Don't have a way to investigate. Finally, this pasture. You don't find a single sign of livestock that lived here in the past. Any bones, horns, antlers, or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots that were ultimately broken away. After all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. Return to the main road. Let's save. I don't know how much farther I really want to go with this, but I'm curious to keep exploring. You enter the wetlands with the many streams, ponds, and fish. Large birds run and fly between gray, sparse trees that are covered with moss, mushrooms, and critters. For a human, it may be an unwelcoming and harsh realm, but the overwhelming swarms of insects prove that there's a realm full of life. The danger with teeth and claws is hidden below the water's surface. I stay away from the banks. This plant shouldn't be alive. Now, without leaves, it doesn't resemble the other trees of the wetlands. It's something else. You got off your horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants, and it smells like an old corpse. The roots are spreading far, breaking through the water's surface. You don't see any saurians in the grasses or on the shore. You approach the table-like altar made of 3 limestone slabs. Were there rocks originally as formless as they are now, or was there a point in time centuries ago when they were precisely shaped and decorated by the masters of artistry? There's no way to tell. Sodapop is peacefully observing the dark grass and slapping flies with its tail. Whatever it is that you feel is in the air, it's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. I smile and scratch the bottom of its neck. Go ahead, I'll look around for a moment. You don't see any creatures or humans. I approach the altar. Clump dirt and uneven nicks, fused by years of winds and rains. The bottom of the surface of the table is dusty. You don't find any spiderwebs or mold, even though it's a perfect spot for them. The tree roots cling to the altar in many spots. They're firmly attached. You struggle to move them even an inch. Green-colored limestone is cold and smooth. Make an offering. Oh, name an object? What is my sacrifice? Oh. Really? That didn't work. I made an offering of piss and nothing happened. I like that the game let me do that. No, I have poopy. You can't do that or you don't possess such an item. It's different than piss. It accepted piss. Alright, well. You step cautiously without knowing how deep it gets. You have to consider that a saurian could be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get near. Since you don't plan to kneel down and drink, you're hoping to dodge a potential strike. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. See the vegetation, swimming insects, and even small fish. All of them stay away from the tree roots, which look like a spider's web covering the bottom of the pond. Aside from that, you don't see anything else that would catch your attention. Take a closer look at the roots. Kneel in front of one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you expect. I do something with it. What do I do with it? Cut it. You pull out your knife, then stop in place. You can tell what the results of wounding the tree would be. You can't tell what it would be. Make the cut. The cut is swift, but the nimble root is difficult to hold. It backs down into the water, pulled by the rest of the creature, leaving a trail of red bubbles in the mud. The water quiets down a few minutes later. A chunk of the root is still on your fingers, so you move it into a jar from your bundles. Your hand is now covered with a red, sticky goo, smelling like rusty nails and sweet fruits mixed with beer. You reach for a water skin and wash the plant's juices from your skin. I walk away. I approach the altar. I make an offering. Fruit. What? What is it called in here? A weird root. You put the tree's root on the altar, but nothing happens. Oh. Huh. Well, I have no idea what this is supposed to do. Guess I can just leave. Oh dear. You slow down. Among the shrubs, a small pack of dragonlings is feasting on the carcass of a gray auroch. One of them, with red fingers on its arms, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back. It screeches at you, but doesn't move forward and returns to its meal. You wonder what could happen if you were on foot. Would they let you be, satisfied with their prey, or would they run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now, you have enough space to move forward yet stay safe. Powerful jaws break the monster's bones so loudly, then bite off and swallow chunks of meat. Ride forward, but keep my distance. beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths among the fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. 2 of them, already sheared, look comically small. Soon after that, you ride alongside vast flowering fields filled with rye, still green, preparing itself patiently for the second harvest. The path ends with a massive wooden gate, the stone wall separating you from the glow of the lights behind it. It isn't as tall as the roofs, but you can't imagine climbing to its top. There are pretty much no cracks, no missing bricks, a sign of many hours of labor, especially considering how massive the settlement is, as wide as the city district. The birds and monkeys are now just a distant echo, replaced with the sounds of carts running, hammers, saws, laughter, and shouts. Finally, maybe I can rest here. The young man is leaning against the closed gate covered by its shadow. He's young, tanned, and has a short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Beneath his green gambeson, he wears an expensive tunic decorated with a colorful trim. From his arm hangs a steel helmet, but the metal is so thin that it's mostly made of wool and leather. He moves into the light and takes on the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are 2 weapons on the ground, leaning on the wooden beams of the gate, an axe made of steel and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. He dismounts smoothly, still having some vigor left. Soda Pop still holds its tail high. A narrow path leads to the north, toward 2 field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave to you. You can't see their faces, but their clothes are simple. Gray pants, vests, made from hemp and wool. I wave back. They talk for a bit, looking at you and pointing at your mount, then walk away, disappearing behind the wall's corner. The guard smiles, yet avoids your eyes, and is yet to clear his throat. Before he speaks, "Welcome, traveler. If you're here to make trouble, Howler's Den welcomes you. If you're not here, we have the whitest flower there is." When he bows, you realize it's a well-practiced performance. If it's new garments you're looking for, you can order everything you need right here in all colors, shapes, and sizes. Capes, boots, vests, robes, or if you've got yourself a master of the needle, or if you're yourself a master of the needle, I can assure you we have the fabric you're looking for. His act is over and he glances at your mount for a moment of silence. His eyes get wider as he observes it with a childlike fascination. This is Soda Pop. It helps me patrol the rolls. You can pet its side if you want, but no sudden movements. He follows your instructions, even though your palfrey pays no attention to the man's careful touch. The guard grins widely. "I'm Bax, your new road warden. I want to see your mayor." "City folk, aye? Mayor's busy, but I'll ask her. Give us a moment to let you in." He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inwards by 2 guards, a man and woman, wearing their own gambesons. Similarly green, but tailor-made to match their figures. The nearby buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams and covered in with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest, with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, no stairs. "Just give me a moment." The guard strides away before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east to a humming creek running below the center of the village. They wait for the return of the messenger. "Calming sound, aye? That's Howler's Creek. The guard, like most of the locals, is taller than you. Wide but shallow. There's ne'er been a flood in years. Pa told me there was nigh bridges. There used to be no bridges. Neighbors crossed it with their boots in their hands, and 'tis clean like a raindrop. But there are no many fish. We're the cleanest village in the north," her companion chuckles brightly. When the guard returns, he's still alone. "She can come now. A friend of mine in labor, eh? The mayor wants to be there when the child arrives, but I was asked to show you the village." I nod, "Fine." He approaches the watchtower. "Tie your mount here and we'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate. Once you're done with..." He grabs the rope ladder. The view up there is gorgeous. Climb up after him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to stop and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He's leaning on the wooden parapet, observing his area with a smile. I look around. See? It's not a place like Howler's Den. The guard points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. The next few minutes he describes the fields and the crops, their flocks in the pastures, and the shepherds inspecting the fences, the ancient garden of the trees and bushes, larger than the village itself, the sunlight dancing on the stream to its own tune. You are to believe everything he describes. This place has access to everything in abundance. The sweetest honey, the most fragrant bread, the softest well, and the beer? 'Tis excellent. He sounds like a city merchant who's trying to sell an old house. No wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't he be? The islet in the middle connects both parts of the village, according to the man. The northern part of the gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate, there's the Ape Ale Inn, where you can find a bed and victuals. And these the stall, where Akakio's rewards our work, unless we annoy him with pointless talk. He lets out a chuckle. On the opposite side of the creek, there was another white house. It belongs to Beyond, the best clothier in the north. The priests live in the southeast, near the wall, but they do not talk to strangers. You can also hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller. The pie maker lives with his sister, the baker. Smith and her husband, the carpenter, live with their kids. Some of the larger buildings could accommodate 2, maybe even 3 generations, all at once. There could be more than 100 dwellers here. You consider stopping his speech, but he suddenly points to the islet again. It's there, see? The mayor's coming. The one wearing purple. You're free to join her, traveler. I nod and climb down. You try to get down quickly, but the 2 steps are enough to make you sure that's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch the ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasturage surrounded by a wooden fence, a few loose chickens, and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are covered with whitewash clothing and surrounded with vegetables, herbs, and flowers. The bridges are wide enough to carry even a wagon, but for Soda Pop, walking on the wooden fence beams is far from pleasant. The islet is empty, but you notice an empty stall painted with the shapes of colorful flowers. You walk over to the second bridge. Along the entire path, you notice more and more people, observing you, smiling or casually greeting you as they're focused on their own tasks. Finally, you reach the main square. A large tree grows in the center, surrounded by dark water, held together by a thin wall, perfect for sitting, but the smell coming from the liquid makes you think of rotten eggs. The plant reminds you of the tree that you saw in the south, next to the swamp altar. In the north, you see the Ape Ale Inn. Judging by the tables, stools, and benches outside of it, it's open for guests. The villagers are chatting and dining loudly, and you catch their curious glances. On the side of the dining area, the merchant is arguing with a tall, broad-shouldered worker. An old man is sitting by himself, eating a pie, with a walking stick, leaning against the table. The young woman is leaning against the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man, twice her age, maybe her father. Need a spot to tether Soda Pop. There's a wide wooden roof next to the gate that shelters the carts, crates, and sacks. You move your mount next to a donkey to a beaten beam next here just for that purpose. Without a moment of hesitation, Soda Pop starts to chew in the nearby haystack. You have some time to make sure it doesn't struggle with your bundles. You return to the inn. I look for the mayor and approach her. She's sitting on a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knees. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not a cheap meal, though. You spot nuts, berries, and milk, and the added honey that makes it yellowish. The kid is clean and quiet, and once he notices your arrival, he crams his mouth with a spoonful of oats. Now, love, the mayor titters. Do not get distracted. She rubs the meal off his face. Few more spoons, and you'll go and help your papa in the kitchen, eh? She gives you a radiant, though apologetic smile, then turns her attention back to her companion. I observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeved linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple, which would draw looks even in Hovloven. From her left shoulder hangs a green woolen cape, as thin as a shawl. The brown belt on her waist has a large steel buckle that portrays a running deer with unrealistically large antlers, growing in all directions like tree branches. Unlike her tribesfolk, she's pale, with powdered and rogue cheeks, and her lips match her outfit, though they're a bit closer to the wine red. I think this game is just Dwarf Fortress from the perspective of an adventurer. I mean, in a way, it kind of feels that way. It's like, it sort of feels like very iterative of like early text adventures where like you actually have to like type in to choose what to do next or like to smell or look around. It's very neat. I like it a lot. I don't know that I'm going to play it again on stream because it's a lot of reading, but I'm definitely going to keep playing this on my own. She's shorter than most people around, though would still be the tallest woman in most of the northern settlements. While she's around 40, her slim hands add fragility to her appearance. Even though her posture is upright, her legs confidently crossed, and her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. I'll wait. After a few more minutes, the boy lets out a gentle cough, and after a pat on the back, the mayor puts him on the ground. "Did a good job, love, but now we need to speak with our guest, darling." She addresses one of the inn workers, a girl close to 15. "Take him to father, will you?" Her tone suddenly gets firmer, leaving no hint of question or suggestion. "Yes, Ma," she responds. Both her hair and her eyes are nothing like those of her brother, and neither of the kids resemble their mother. So we have a road warden again. "Please sit down." She vaguely shows you a palm of her open hand, letting you pick any place you want. I'm her guest. I sit next to her. "Yo, what's up, Marshall?" You know it. This is the most poggy game that exists. It's basically a choose your own adventure book. The flowing water hits silently. The rocks and wooden stakes surrounding the aisle then split into two stream beds. Yeah, humble bundle stuff. In Havlavan, the river is surrounded by tall walls, protecting the banks from deterioration. The water is seldom free of dirt. Here, the smell is as fresh as it would be in the woods. He bungled that humble. The mayor observes your outfit carefully, at first looking as if she was going to use the referral of yours. Oh yeah, let me know if you did. I think I do get a small residual from that, at least just to spend on the Humble website. Once your eyes meet, she hardly ever looks away. "I'm sure you're hungry. My husband will bring us something soon. I appreciate it." "Didn't mention it. Hunger makes me peevish, and the day is too nice for that." She taps her chest and looks at the flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. "As we're waiting, be so good and help me understand something. Even if you're but a mercenary, I can never imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm for your wardening. Ness so long as Asterian's disappearance. There's no glory or treasures to find here." Her pale fingers form a tent on her stomach, then clasp, leaving the forefingers pointing at you. "You were sent here by the merchants. They want the peninsula." I present Havlavan's interest as an opportunity. Works for gifted copies of the monthly. Oh, it should, hopefully. I simply explain the situation, portray the situation as lightly as I can. Make it clear that I'm collaborating with the city would keep her people safe, or I don't hide the fact that the guild needs new opportunities. Let's call it an opportunity. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's that link if you haven't gotten that before. You introduce yourself and touch on the more obvious sides of the potential deal with the guild and the city chief. The troops they're paying, the patrols they would establish, the overview of taxes, trade routes that bring in a new life to this place. You try to sound warm. It's a win-win. Throughout your speech, the mayor observes you patiently, without interruptions. "I see," she finally responds. As she observes your palfrey, she twists the deer buckle left and right. it was that simple, I'd be eager to applaud, but it never is that simple, is it? Her eyes fill with melancholy despite her smile. I appreciate that you're coming with a carrot, not a stick, but when it comes to the guild, there's always a catch. Her accent is now almost identical to that used in the city. You don't have to trust anyone blindly. The negotiations can satisfy both sides. Well, I wouldn't dare to trust some coin-hoarding trolls, she laughs at her own joke. They would devour the walls that defend them if they could, and I know some of those dirty tricks they use. Here, listen to this one. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand and covering her mouth with the other, then leans forward and rests on her elbows, allowing her to make her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with the settlement. Flour and wool in exchange for coin and tools. You send the first traders and they imply that you are ready to pay for more, let's say parchment. Months later, you want no more rye, just the parchment and wool. We can butcher any more mouflons, the locals say. Don't worry, you answer. We'll send you a small flock. Just turn one of your fields into a pasturage. As she pretends to speak as different characters, her voice comically shifts, and she has no issue switching between accents. I encourage her. Yeah. It's not apply for gifted copies. Oh no! Oh well, that's fine. She swings her hand above the table. Another year goes by, and while there's more parchment, the village lacks some crops. The tribe needs some tools and coins, plenty of coins, but also seeds. The guild is not satisfied. Sending our wagon costs a lot, and there are more highwaymen now. If you want us to come again, you'll need more mouflons and to sell us the cheese. And guess what? With a haunting laugh, she straightens up and spreads her arms like someone a third her age. Turns out that the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seed, and land. They can't refuse. I have no doubt that a smart leader like yourself is going to protect their people from these games. Oh, wonderful. Keep the compliments coming. No soul in the square reacts to her loud laughter. But all that doesn't mean I can counter every single city ploy on my own. That's the good thing about living here, with all these kind people all around us. She nods toward the two little girls that are carrying a basket filled with vegetables between them. If some of us struggle, we all have to deal with the consequences. We all struggle, but we all benefit. But Havlaven? If they see profit in chopping off our arms, they'll sell them to the first bidder. Bunch of bartender. Damn straight. That's always the way to go. That's always gonna work out great. She gives you a sad glance, but cheers up after a sigh. Let's finish the introductions. I'm Thace, one of the keepers of the Ape Ale Inn, and the mayor of the Howler's Den. I assume it would be convenient for you to take my answer back to Havlaven. She wonders for a moment. Faye, when can we expect the first caravan? After winter? Depends on what you can sell and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food gets served. The refreshing aroma of roasted mutton covered with a thick sauce of mint and parsley and honey tempts you to bite in right away. The juices are sinking into the round trencher, a plate made of simple brown bread. There's also a small bowl filled with chopped red radishes and sliced boiled egg, and a mug filled with cold buttermilk. It's all brought by a few young people, all of them referring to the mayor as their mother, and in the end the innkeeper himself shows up to wish you a good meal. He's wearing a clean orange tunic and a not-so-clean apron made of hemp. He politely introduces himself as Urix, and after confirming you won't get sick from what he has prepared, he leaves you and his wife to your conversation. Bias tears the meat into smaller pieces, then eats slowly, often expressing her enjoyment with a hum. Is it weird you've always wanted to eat a trencher? What is a trencher, anyway? You DM'd my own referral code? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. But what is a trencher? They're basically inedible, but you just feel like that's a challenge. Brown trencher. Medieval paper plate. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's a plate made of simple brown bread. Okay, cool. Soak it in soup for a while, it'll make for the food. Okay, cool. It's all brought by a few young people, and all of them referring to the mayor as their mother. And in the end, the innkeeper himself shows up to give you a good meal. Oh, no, I already read that. Sounds like the nearby ground is fertile. The village would gladly pay its taxes in grain and vegetables with the expectation that a squad of soldiers would provide additional protection. Our youth is strong, she claims proudly, so we don't need your guards on our walls. But a lone road warden wouldn't keep the roads passable. We need fighters willing to patrol the paths, maybe even the heart of the woods. That's what we'd expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so the mayor spends a good amount of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer, especially the clothes, which were meant to be unique as those made by Master Crippus. Yeah, I guess that's Crispus. You vaguely remember the name of this tailor shoemaker, but you've never heard enough to pay him for as much as a single sleeve. You've never earned enough. And of course, we will never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. He then repeats her question about starting a trade route. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's going to take more than your village to convince them. Understandable, but you won't find much in the other tribes. They have barely any bread to survive, even after they trade for our crops. For we have the only decent soil in the realm. At least for the people of the Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while creeks sell meat and wood. Actually, if you haven't been in creeks yet, the farthest village in the northeast, you should give them a chance, she nods with a smile. They could use your help with keeping the roads safe. White marshes, on the other hand, as well as old pagos, are close to worthless. For a trade route, that is. He clears her throat. After these words, she stands up and walks to another table and offers a trencher to an elderly man who sits there by himself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her and then starts to chew on the soggy bread. That trencher gotta get soggy, otherwise you're gonna have a hard time eating it. That sounds like kind of fun. Just having like this like piece of bread that gets soggy when you eat it. And like slowly gets to the point of it being edible. Yeah, it gets the juices of like the meat and other things that you serve it on. It's like a plate. You eat the plate after it gets all soggy. Traditionally offered to the poor after a meal. Interesting. So you would give the trencher to like a poor person, like, hey, I just had this delicious meal. Here's the remnants of it. You can eat the plate. Have fun. She sits down, wipes her hand in a clean cloth, adjusts the fold of her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So tell me, Bax, how's Havlavin? I haven't gathered much news since the invasion. Things stay humble, but we're starting to look brighter. The harbor is full of life, and the kids grow strong. I was hoping to hear that. Her smile shines with a kindness. I thought that they were done for, losing all those ships and getting cut from all those many tribes. I'm surprised the soldiers didn't butcher all the priests and traders to fill their stomachs. It felt so unavoidable that I even came back home afraid for my life. But I still carry memories of that place, most of them warm. I'm glad the others haven't given up. Her smile fades away as she speaks without looking in your direction, giving you a moment of rest. The first time I crossed the city walls and saw the streets, my soul saw them as if they were made of dragon bones, not stone. All of those people and the noise, the high houses and this, life happening all around me. But after only 2 years, everything collapsed, for the first time in human memory, like a burning dollhouse. She pauses, rests her hands on her stomach, and turns back to you. Don't let me drag you away from your duties. How can I help you, Bax? I'm looking for a Starion. She turns towards Soda Pop. Is your palfrey a mare? We have 2 jacks. We could use some mules. I'm looking for a Starion. I heard you, but he's not welcome here. Her voice is harsh. I don't know where he went. We haven't burned him or fought his awoken shell wherever he is. A long pause. It's not our problem. What are his wrongdoings? You have to know he failed and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort a Gidia, a daughter of mine, to her betrothed in Gale Rocks. He was an archeress, and the road from here to the coast is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered her to push through, right into their trap. She touched her deer-shaped buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A road warden worth their gruel should know better. You can fight with a blade, but my girl, she never had a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt, apologizing to me, and closed our doors behind him for good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. Any ideas where I can look for him? He adjusts her cape with an annoyed shrug. Try asking for him in the north. He spent most of his time between white marshes, Gale Rocks, and the creeks. Here he wasn't that eager to share his plans. Why'd you let him leave? He didn't do anything well forbidden by our laws. He was simply stupid and cannot be trusted. This isn't Hovloven. We have no rich folk to dread. We treat each other fairly. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs her neckline of the dress. One good thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions or avoid the consequences, but I'd rather have him prove first he can do what's asked of him. Yeah, I mean, if it gave me the option to punch the bartender, you know, I would love to. Did you ever find your daughter? For a few breaths, her green eyes seek something in your face. Her words are careful yet hesitant. She's with the fogs now. Goblins were after food, so they carried her shell away. One day she's going to charge at our walls, awoken and empty, even though she was a bit mawkish. Her heart was strong and patient. She listened to people and was ready to help them, to cry with them. You'd hear your stories, but for what for? Let the dead rest. You have a big family. Jitters weakly. At one point, there was 12 kids living at her house. 9 girls, 3 boys. They come and go as it should be. Few of them already with the forest, but most are all grown now. Even started their own families. She looks away at a girl wiping spilled milk on wet cloth. To be perfectly clear, they aren't exactly our children. The custom for the village mayor to look after the orphans. Thankfully, Eric's has a big heart, and is much more patient than I do. As she speaks, her smile widens. Thanks for the help. I really like the idea that maybe this is a society centuries after a zombie apocalypse or something. That's the sort of vibe that I get, where it's almost like a postmodern sort of thing. They just talk about shells like it's part of a life. Yeah. But like they have other things to worry about, you know. It's like this D&D world with tons of things going on, and like this whole zombie apocalypse is just like one smaller part of like the larger thing that everybody has going on. All these settlements like really far apart from each other, that like you're sort of like the connecting force between them. It's really interesting. She had the small wooden hut. All of these are like different completely. Not sure how the wilderness of the world and the magic factors in. Yeah. You describe how a family of southerners started a large shipyard right next to the alley, working on exotic boats in unusual shapes. Needing hands to do work, they offered food and coins to many local thugs, and with time, more light installs showed up in the alley. As you described the new inn, Thias burst into cheerful laughter. It's the same family that ran the Boarhead Inn. And to think that I dared to doubt the old lady's endurance. People like her, brave enough to bear the toil of the world, are going to bring salvation to all of us. What would it take to make you consider joining Hovloven? I can't consider it right now. While she laughs, her eyes remain keen. But if you want to give me some answers, let's see. She looks up into the right, theatrically raising her hand to the chin. Gestures of goodwill would be a great start. Since you're the guild's messenger, I need to know you can be relied on. She gives you a white grin. It's only the first step? Of course. Do you have To know the power to handle tax negotiation? Wait, do you even have the power to handle tax negotiations? She scoffs loudly at your head shake. Do enough for my village, and I'll land you a beautiful signed letter. List of all the things my neighbors are looking for, as well as what they can give in return. Superiors are going to need more than enough to prepare their offer. She rubs her hands. I think that's fair. Looks like we're in agreement. Perfect. One more thing, though. Puts her elbows on the table, leaning closer to you. If you go behind my back, I'm not going to wait for a dagger. I'll end you first. She rests her chin against her open palms, giving you a disarmingly warm smile. I'm sure people already know that we have a new road warden. Maybe ask around to see if anybody needs your help. The more my neighbors trust you and need you, the more they're willing to offer you better pay. What can I do for you? Well, it's kind of you to ask, but before I ask you to run, let's see how you can walk, shall we? Her eyes wander left and right. She gestures for a nearby guard to move away. He nods and gestures at a few other souls to follow him. While a few of the locals cast curious looks at you, they turn away as quickly as you notice them. The mayor's shiny green eyes are locked on you, and her voice is close to a whisper. Since Asterian's disappearance, there's little trade on the roads, but not much news reaches us. Be so kind. Her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is. And help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. You mean ones that weren't meant to reach you? Yeah, I knew that deep down you were a true sage. She titters and straightens up, adjusting her cape without pace. Do you have something to share? Soldiers who came here in the spring were meant to find a good spot for a new outpost. She smiles widely. You don't say! I think they'll prepare a very tempting suggestion for the officials. After she seals her lips, she lets out a quiet chuckle. The squad that made camp at the southern crossroads is now nothing more than 2 people. They plan to return to Havlavin before fall. Once they cleared that camp of brigands, they went so quiet I almost forgot about them. She rubs her chin with her thumb. I'm surprised they managed to stay alive till this day. Sending such an inexperienced group here shows that the officials misjudged this land. That's all I have to say. How do people dress in the city these days? Is it similar to what we have here? Before the war, the merchants were wearing those really long dresses and robes. Way too long for my taste. They got mud stains after every rain, and I see no reason to keep the shoes completely hidden. Not anymore. There's always a shortage of fabric. Most people wear tunics like in the old days. At least we can still hope the visitors arrive. We won't stand out too much. She laughs, so as to adjust her dress. I'm sure we could spare a couple sheets of fabric. There's so many things here. There's so much still to talk to this person about. This is so much. It's like getting kind of close to the point where I should probably call stream. I might just call it right here. So much still to talk to this person about. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna keep playing this on my own. It's like too wordy to be able to really stream it very well. It's really easy to make lots of content. Very true. It's very easy just to read and keep going. So I could just like not even really think much about it and just kind of let the game do all the talking, but at the same time, a lot of reading. Speed read, click randomly. That'll go really well. Well, I think I'll save there. Game is fun. I'm into it. It might be one of the games that I'm a little bit like less interested in out of like all of the games that I have covering this week, but not by much. Like, it's all the games that I have are pretty interesting. With the Merchant of the Skies being like that kind of trading game that was like kind of casual, really fun, easy to get into. Of course, I love. Thank you for the hydrate. I love the Outer Worlds, and that's another game I already played, so it's gonna be easy to cover. Temtem is like that Pokemon style game that's really fun because you can play it co-op. Yeah, that's fair. It's definitely a game for a specific type of person and a very specific type of vibe. For the right person, absolutely, Road Warden seems like it would be a total gem. And I think I might be that person, but I'm not that person on stream, I think. It's just a little bit too wordy for me to do it on stream. There's just too much, too flowery of prose. It feels like I'm reading a novel, which is really nice, and I can really get into that. But, oh, interesting. According to the Steam description, it looks like I got past the part of the game where most people fall off. 73.5% of players reach the first crossroad. The next achievement I don't have is at 26%. That's almost a 50% drop off, which is just to reach the 4 major crossroads. Definitely games that are harder to play on stream. Yeah, there are some that are just harder. Seems like this game has a lot of cool things going for it, though. A lot of really cool, like proper role playing, like text adventure stuff. Like that's dope. I love that. Really do. But yeah, I'll go ahead and save that. And who can I raid right now? Who's on right now? Who's still going? Val probably just got started with their stream. There's not too many people I know super well. I don't know. I think just sending it to Foul would be easy. Like
Earn skill level increase. So too.
playing Secrets of Mana. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Fubar. I appreciate you. Here's this guy who's doing a crazy subathon that I am following.
Of course, I pulled bullshit for this.
Oh. They are doing like they're 31 hours live. They're doing Microsoft Flight Simulator while like doing guitar and stuff. I don't know. I gave it to Foul last night, so I'm tempted to choose somebody else, but I only gave him like 1 viewer. It wasn't like it was a crazy nice stream anyway. Yeah, I'll just send it to Foul. It'll be easier that way. Don't have to think. He's a chill streamer. It's a good vibe. But yeah, thanks everybody. It looks like there's still 5 people chilling out there. That means a lot to me, y'all. Anybody, even if you didn't comment, I just appreciate you lurking and hanging out with me. I'll hope to see you again soon here. I'll be back Sunday with probably a D&D stream starting more earlier in the day, around like 5 p.m. MST. If I do stream, like I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream that yet, so kind of gonna keep that on the ear. But if I do not end up streaming, then I'll probably like try to get an extra stream in at some point, either this week or next week, to kind of make it up. But yeah, other than that though, have a good night, folks. Sleep well. I'll see you next time. Later. That's the wrong one. I always do that. I always fucking do that. Okay, bye y'all. Happy to do it. Later. Thanks, Fubar, for being here. Thanks, Town Eater. Thanks, Marshall. Love everyone. Bye.